Before we start, if everyone would please silence your phones also during the hearing. No. Let's go on the record. Yeah. I'd like to call this impeachment hearing to order. All pretrial matters are now concluded, and I ask the council to take their seats on the dais. Call to order. Miranda, would you please call roll? Yes, there's a seat up here for you. I'm sorry.
Taylor, Peterson, Lease, Heckmaster, Snow,
Here.
Barlow, Cossey, Schramm, Edge.
Mr. Martin, Mr. Thornton, if I would remind you, if your mics are currently off, there's a button on the front to turn the mics on when you're speaking. Please speak into the mic so that we can hear everything. I'd like now to all stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we start with the impeachment proceedings for tonight, I'd like to go over some issues that I believe are important to tonight's proceedings and important to us conducting a fair and orderly process in line with what our charter and ordinances require. I'm going to provide a framework that the City Council, sitting as a Board of Impeachment, will follow so we can get through this process in an efficient, orderly, and professional fashion. If I have one request of everyone tonight, it is this: please be respectful. Please allow the City Council to do what the charter calls for them to do. I will not tolerate outbursts. I will not tolerate disruptions, and I will not tolerate behavior that is anything less than orderly and professional. We owe that to the council and the citizens of our city, and most of all, we owe that to the mayor. This is the only time I will say this, and this is the warning. If we have any disruptions or outbursts by anyone in the gallery, you will be asked to leave and escorted out. According to our ordinances and state statute, impeachment is to be heard and decided by our council. A 2/3 majority vote of all elected members of the board is required to support a finding of guilt. With the recent resignation, we currently have 8 elected members who occupy seats on the City Council, as well as the Board of Impeachment. Therefore, following input from both sides, I have determined that the required number of votes to impeach the mayor on any article is 6. According to the resolution authorizing the articles of impeachment, I am tasked with presiding over this matter and ruling on procedural, evidentiary, or other matters brought to my attention with the assistance of Mr. Engelmeyer, legal counsel. My goal tonight is to provide the city and mayor a fair and equitable process to present all relevant evidence so that this Board of Impeachment can make an informed and reasoned decision, a decision based on facts, a decision based on evidence, and a decision based on our ordinances and the law. To accomplish this goal, we turn to the Administrative Procedure and Review Act in Chapter 536 of our Missouri statutes. This chapter clearly lays out the process that we as a city and those on council must follow for this impeachment. Chapter 536 provides in part, oral evidence or testimony shall be allowed only under oath or affirmation. Therefore, all witnesses will be sworn in. All proceedings tonight and thereafter pertaining to this proceeding will be recorded and preserved. We have a court reporter here tonight. All records and documents that are to be considered shall be offered by the party wanting to use that record or evidence and will become part of the record. Either party may object to evidence that is being introduced by the other side. However, even if I sustain the objection, the party seeking to introduce the evidence may request that the evidence be heard and preserved for the record. The only reasons I can exclude evidence is if it is wholly irrelevant, repetitious, privileged, or unduly long. The city is represented by Special Prosecutor Paul Martin. The mayor is represented by Mr. Christopher Thornton. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. The city has the burden of proof, so it will go first and may present an opening statement. Counsel for Mayor Reif may then present an opening statement. The special prosecutor will then present its case. They may have witnesses testify and present evidence. After each witness presented by the city, the mayor's attorney will have the opportunity to cross-examine or impeach those witnesses. The city may then follow up questions to their witness. After the city has presented all of its witnesses and evidence, they will rest and the mayor will be allowed to present his witnesses and evidence. The city will then be allowed to cross-examine the mayor's witnesses. At the end of the evidence, both sides shall be entitled to present oral arguments which shall be heard by the Board of Impeachment or present written briefs pursuant to Section 536.080 of Missouri Revised Statutes. Unless briefs are prepared and ready for submission, the case will be submitted to the board tonight for a decision. Is this correct, Mr. Martin? Is this correct, Mr. Thornton?
No, Mr. Snow, it was my understanding that we agreed in September that we would submit written briefs before the council decided. Mr. Engelmeyer's nodding his head. I assume he remembers it as I do.
Okay, according to 536.080, you either present oral arguments or written briefs, but not both.
And I thought we agreed in September when we all met that we would do written briefs prior to any decision being made. Was that not the agreement?
I don't remember that agreement.
Okay.
I don't recall that either, and would suggest that that would be premature in any event, because without the evidence and the issues developing at the trial here, the need for written briefs really can't be determined.
Mr. Snow, at this time, I'm going to submit a formal request to be allowed to submit a written brief prior to the termination of the proceeding.
Your objection is denied. Both parties will be allowed to submit oral arguments. Yeah. After both parties have presented their cases, we will then take a 20-minute break to allow the board to stretch their legs and think about the evidence that has been presented. We will then reconvene and vote on whether or not the mayor shall be impeached pursuant to the articles of impeachment as they are presented. According to our ordinance, the standard of proof for a finding of guilty is preponderance of the evidence. This means more likely than not. Finally, I believe that both sides in this proceeding will have the opportunity to present their position and evidence to the board sitting in judgment. Therefore, I will not allow questions, arguments, interrogations, or comments from the board or spectators during this board proceeding. You are the trier of fact. You are to sit and listen to the evidence. You are to evaluate the evidence. You are to judge witness credibility. You are not to advocate, but to decide whether the allegations rise to an impeachable offense according to our ordinance and the law. There are 5 articles of impeachment that have been filed against Mayor Rife. I will read the articles that will be heard tonight. Article 1, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance or misfeasance in office by violating the Carthage City Charter, City Code, and state statutes by unilaterally and without authority giving former City Administrator Greg Dagnan a 10-year employment term and for cause removal standard in writing, and improperly authorizing severance payment to Mr. Dagnan. Article 2, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance or nonfeasance in office by violating the city charter and city code by twice refusing to permit the city council to consider a motion to terminate the city administrator's employment. Article 3, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance and/or misfeasance by violating the city charter and Missouri statute by entering into agreements on behalf of the city without proper authorization with a law firm and an excavating and trucking company. Article 4, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance in office by violating city charter and Missouri statute by vetoing an impeachment resolution to which he had an obvious conflict of interest. Article 5, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance in office by violating city charter and Missouri statute by vetoing an impeachment ordinance to which he had an obvious conflict of interest. The Board of Impeachment is seated, and I'd ask the city clerk to swear in the jury.
If you all would please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the matters in issue and render a true verdict according to the evidence and the law?
Does either party wish to make an opening statement? Mr. Martin?
Mr. Snow?
Yes, Mr.
Before we begin, I'd like to make a couple things on the record, if I could. One is I noted that you made a ruling that 6 votes will be required tonight by the Board of Impeachment to convict. I want to renew my objection to that. As briefed, we believe that the correct number is 7, and I'd like to make that objection on the record. In addition, I noted that you said that this would be conducted under Section 536. Is that correct?
It is under the resolution and Section 536.
But it is subject to Section 536.
Yes.
Thank you.
Add Mr. Thornton's objection to the record, please.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Thank you all again. My name's Paul Martin. I'm here representing the city in this matter. The city's case is very straightforward. It relies primarily on city documents. I will be providing paper exhibits to the witnesses that the city calls, and I will attempt to display those exhibits on the screen so that the council and audience are can see the same thing. I stress that I'm going to attempt to do this I failed audio visual in high school, and my skills haven't been improved over the last 50 years, so I'll do the best I can. I am going to be asking the chair to take official notice of germane state laws, statutes, and constitutional provisions so that these laws can be considered in the course of your deliberations later on. With that, I intend to produce evidence that Mayor Reif offered a contract to Greg Dagnan that included a 10-year term of employment, a, quote, for cause, close quote, removal standard, and 3 months severance pay on termination of that employment. This contract offer was made without council authority and in violation of the city code. As a result of that contract, the city ultimately paid to Mr. Dagnan, at the order of Mayor Reif, a severance that was approximately $24,000 in city funds total, and that payment was not approved by the council, and it had not been authorized, and in fact violated the city code, and it violates Missouri law and the state constitution. In addition, we intend to prove that Mayor Reif refused to acknowledge the city council's lawful authority to terminate Mr. Dagnan's employment, and as a result, Mr. Dagnan continued in service to the city for several weeks past what should have been his termination date, resulting in additional salary being paid to Mr. Dagnan in the approximate amount of $4,200. The city will also show that Mayor Reif entered into a contract with Lauber Municipal Law Firm, a contract that was not authorized by the city council as required by law, and a contract that in fact was expressly prohibited by the city council. The expense paid on that contract by the order of Mayor Reif was approximately $1,700. Mayor Reif also approved a substantial contract with Jeff Asbell Company without obtaining the city council's approval or authorization, and the unauthorized payment of that contract was in excess of $200,000. Finally, we will prove that Mayor Reif twice vetoed council legislation to proceed with this impeachment, despite his obvious conflict of interest and in violation of various provisions of law. We believe that these are impeachable acts of misfeasance, malfeasance, and nonfeasance, and at the end of the hearing, we expect to ask you for a judgment based on that proof. Thank you.
Mr. Thornton?
Thank you, Mr. Snow. My opening statement actually involves a couple slides. Could I get attached to the audiovisual system? It should work unplugged.
Before he gets started, I just want to lodge an objection. I haven't seen the slides. I have no idea what they are. Obviously, once they're displayed, they can't be taken back, and I don't think that's a fair procedure, but
Objection overruled.
I recognize it again. It's not recognized. Leave it in while I. My apologies. We tested this prior to the hearing, and then we had to make some changes, and now it's not working. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chris Thornton, and I'm here to defend Mayor Dan Reif. I'm going to talk a little bit at the beginning about what is impeachment. And the person that I'm going to bring to you to talk about impeachment is Joseph Story. He's a famous judge of the Supreme Court, and he did some writing on impeachment in the 1800s. And he noted that impeachment is of a political character. If you see there, it says, the offenses to which the power of impeachment have been ordinarily applied are a remedy of a political character. Okay? He says that not only crimes of strictly legal character fall in the scope, but that it has an enlarged operation, and it goes into political offenses which grow out of personal misconduct, gross negligence, usurpation, or habitual disregard of the public interest. Public interest in the discharge of the duties of office. Mr. Story goes on to say that lords and chancellors and other judges, he's talking about prior to the United States. He's talking about back in the old days in Parliament. They used to impeach members of Parliament for all sorts of misdeeds. But the impeachment went to things such as misleading their sovereign by unconstitutional opinions. Back in the day, Parliament's job was to present bills to the sovereign. Today, the job of the legislature, the Parliament, is to present bills to the people. That's the sovereign. Okay? The point of all this is that impeachment has always been an offense that has been brought to cure the problem of an elected official not acting in the public interest. That's what this is all about. Okay? Now, Mr. Martin has made several allegations with the council against Mayor Reif. Right? But if you look through all the particulars of those allegations, what they boil down to is that Mayor Reif is not acting in the public interest. Okay? Why is that important? Because in Carthage, Missouri, under your charter, there are two entities that are vested with the power of the city, the power of the people. Okay? Those two entities are in this room right now. One of them, the council. The other one, the mayor. That's it. They're both elected. That means they both represent you. They're vested with the public interest. Okay? Both parties have a duty to protect your public interest. You strip all the bells and whistles, as I said, you're charging Mayor Reif with failing to act in the public interest. Mr. Martin is right. He has to prove that Reif actually committed the acts alleged in the article. Right? But he also has to prove that those acts constitute official duties and obligations. I'm here to tell you today that Mayor Reif's official duty and obligation is to act in the public interest at all times. And he has been doing that at all times during this entire affair. The facts and circumstances surrounding this impeachment will demonstrate that there are a small group of people, including some of the council members here today, that are co-opting the power of the people, that are claiming to act in the public interest, but are not. And Mayor Reif is the last person to stand up and act in the public interest. This impeachment began back in November of 2022. Like, really? How could that possibly be? In November of 2022, Mark Peterson resigned as the director of parks for the city of Carthage. Shortly after he resigned, the mayor, the city administrator, and other members of the administration, going about their daily duties, found evidence that Mr. Peterson had stolen funds from the city. They investigated that information, and they turned it over to the proper authorities. And on November 16th, a warrant issued for Mr. Peterson's arrest. On November 20th, a group called the Carthage Citizens United was formed by Mr. Bill Putnam. Ms. Schramm was the treasurer of that organization. That organization was founded to correct the problems at City Hall. May of 2023, the situation got worse. The mayor, the city administrator, and the other members of the administration are charged under the charter with preparing a budget. That budget has to contain information about salaries, people who work for the city, all that information by law. So they went to the people that run the Carthage Water and Electric Power Plant, this place. They said, give us a list of the employees and the salaries. And for a month and a half, that simple request was ignored or denied. That's the way it is, folks. If you don't believe anything that I'm saying, I see some people shaking their heads. The evidence will back up every word that I'm saying right now. The evidence presented in this room tonight will back up every word that I'm saying right now.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, permit me to object. I am still waiting for the relevance of all of this as it pertains to the charges that have been presented this evening. And this is nothing more than grandstanding and misleading tripe to try to delay this hearing, as far as I can see.
Mr. Thornton, the opening statement is supposed to be what you expect the evidence to be and not a closing argument.
I will show the evidence will support every bit of this. So this is what I expect the evidence to be. On July 15th, Mayor Reif called a meeting, and he proposed to the council that they disband the Carthage Water and Electric Board because they wouldn't supply the information they needed to provide the budget. And they voted to do that. In fact, Posse voted in favor of that. There were 2 nays on that council. What I want to talk to you about next is why dismissal of the CWEP board is such an important thing in this. CWEP is a part of the city, a public utility. This is owned by the city. All of the people that work here are city employees. When the city has to prepare a budget, they have to count for CWEP's operations. It's not a separate deal. The charter refers to CWEP only insofar as it creates a board. That's it. The ordinances of Carthage control the operation of CWEP. And the ordinance of Carthage gives the CWEP a lot of authority to run the plant the way they need to. But the ordinances do not give CWEP the ability to operate in secret. In fact, the ordinances are pretty clear. CWEP has to provide monthly reports to the mayor and to the city clerk about their operations. The books and operations of CWEP are to be open to council members at all times. The council and the mayor are allowed to have a committee investigate anytime that they want. CWEP is a part of the city. It's under the mayor's responsibility. It's under the council's responsibility. The idea seems to have taken hold that CWEP is a separate entity. It has some independent authority, but it's not a separate entity from the city. When the mayor had trouble getting a list of salaries and employees of the city, he was concerned about that. It's a big operation. It's a huge part of the city's budget. He was concerned about that. After the CCU was founded, the city of Carthage had a very unusual election, am I right? A lot of money poured into the election, signs all over the place, a lot of trouble on Facebook, things like that. Right? Did any of you experience situations where people that you know used to serve on on city committees and decided to just give it up because it got to be too much of a bother? Anybody get elected to the council and resign because all the nonsense? That's the kind of thing that's going on. And it is an attempt by a small group of people to usurp the power to act in the public interest. Now, what has Mayor Rife done? Resisted the attempt to get rid of the city administrator. Because that attempt was being made in retribution for turning in somebody who was accused of stealing from the city.
Mr. Thornton, I'm having a hard time here. I don't, the hearing is, the panel's up here. I bet when you're facing that way, it's kind of hard to hear. I'm having a hard time hearing you. I know he is. I'm just saying it might be helpful to face, these are the folks who are going to be voting on.
You. Dagnan was fired because he reported this. Government is going to act in the public interest, then you have to put people in the government that act. Mr. Rife, Mayor Rife, or Mayor, has done nothing but act in the public interest. He supported Mr. Dagnan when he wanted to turn over that evidence to the proper authority. He supported Mr. Dagnan when he wanted to prepare a budget in accordance with the charter. And all he did was ask for information that any reasonable business should have handy at the drop of a hat. That's what this is all about. I'm going to ask you at the end of this, who's acting in the public interest here? Is it this man doing all of this at his own expense? Or is it this group up here? I submit to you that this person is acting in your interest to protect you from people who are trying to usurp the public power.
Thank you for your opening statement. Is the city ready to proceed? Mr. Martin? You may proceed.
Thank you. Yes, I would call Miranda Deal, please. All right, as indicated earlier, I've handed Ms. Deal a stack of exhibits, and now I'm going to go through those exhibits one by one with her and ask her some questions about those. But first, Ms. Deal, can you tell us your name and your position here at the City of Carthage?
My name is Miranda Deal, and I am the city clerk.
And how long have you been with the city?
Employed with the city, 6
Yep.
years.
How long have you been city clerk?
A little over 2.
And as city clerk, are you the custodian of records under Missouri Sunshine Law for the City of Carthage?
Yes.
Can you identify Exhibit 10, please?
It's the closed session minutes from April 1st, 2022.
And can you read the highlighted portion of that for me?
Mr. Doherty made a motion, seconded by Mr. Armstrong, to accept the mayor's appointment of Greg Dagnan as city administrator effective April 1st, 2022, with Mr. Dagnan going to grade AA, step 1, effective with the next full pay period beginning April 7th. Motion carried unanimously.
Can you tell me what grade A step 1 refers to?
Our salary study.
I'm sorry, your salary
Study,
study. All right.
or,
So
yeah,
that determines what Mr. Dagnan was going to be paid. Is that right?
yes,
And the salary study pertains to all city employees?
yes.
According to those minutes, according to Exhibit 10, did the city council approve a contract with Mr. Dagnan?
The minutes do not state anything about a contract.
Do they approve a set number of years for employment?
They do not.
Do they establish or declare that Mr. Dagnan could only be terminated for a cause?
They do not.
Did they approve a 3-month severance for Mr. Dagnan?
That is not in the minutes.
Okay, could you go on to the next exhibit, please? That would be Exhibit 9. Can you identify that?
It looks like the letter the mayor wrote to Mr. Dagnan with his employment terms,
What's the date of the letter, please?
April 7th, 2022.
And do you recognize the mayor's signature on the second page?
I do.
Could you read for me into the record the 4th paragraph, the one that begins with your employment with the city?
The full paragraph.
The whole paragraph, the 4th paragraph.
Your employment with the City of Carthage shall begin on April 7th, 2022, and shall continue for a period of 10 years, after which time continued employment shall be on an at-will basis unless there is cause for termination. Cause for termination shall include, but not be limited to, termination based on any of the following grounds: failure to perform the duties of your position in a satisfactory manner, fraud, misappropriation, embezzlement, or acts of similar dishonesty, conviction of a felony involving moral turpitude, illegal use of drugs or excessive use of alcohol in the workplace, intentional and willful misconduct that may subject the city to criminal or civil liability, willful disregard of city policies and procedures, or insubordination or deliberate refusal to follow the instructions of the mayor of the City of Carthage.
So that paragraph says that Mr. Dagnan has an employment term of 10 years, correct?
Oh, yes.
And that during those 10 years, he can only be terminated for cause with those causes listed. Is that right?
Yes.
The next paragraph of the letter, that provides for severance payment of 3 months' salary if Mr. Dagnan's employment is terminated by the council, does it not?
Yes, it says that.
Thank you. Please go to the next exhibit, the charter. And could you please read the highlighted portion of section 5.3 of the charter?
The city administrator shall be appointed by the majority vote of the council with the approval of the mayor. The appointment shall be for an indefinite term.
Now, that provision contradicts the mayor's engagement letter offering an employment term of 10 years, does it not? You don't have to answer that.
Yeah.
Could you go on to read section 5.4B of the charter?
The city administrator shall receive a salary as set by ordinance and shall serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority.
And could you go on to 5.4C?
The city administrator shall continue to serve so long as his performance meets the approval of the mayor and a majority of the members of the council.
Do you see anything in Exhibit 3, this particular portion of Exhibit 3, that provides that the city administrator can only be terminated for a cause, such as the cause that was listed on the mayor's letter?
I do not see that listed here.
All right, and please keep the charter separate. We'll be coming back to that, but let's go on to Exhibit 11, please. Can you identify this exhibit?
It's the section of the code relating to the city administrator.
Is there anything in this exhibit that states that the city administrator is to receive a contract from the city?
I'll have to read through this.
Take your time.
I do not see anything about a contract in here.
Is there anything in there that requires that the city administrator receive a 10-year term of employment?
I do not see that.
How about anything in there that says that the city administrator can only be fired for cause, such as that listed in the mayor's letter?
I do not see those listed.
Okay, and I'm sorry, could you go ahead and read into the record section, the highlighted portion of section 2-160A?
The city administrator shall serve at the pleasure of the mayor and council. He shall continue to serve so long as his performance meets with the approval of the mayor and of a majority of the members of the council.
Thank you. And section 2-160B, beginning with the city may terminate the administrator's employment by giving him 30 days' notice. Could you go ahead and read the highlighted section of the highlighted portion of the section that follows that?
A termination payment equal to 1/2 a month's salary will be allowed.
Is there anything in section B, subsection B, that says that the city administrator is to get a 3-month severance payment when he is terminated?
It does not say that in here.
All right, let's move on to Exhibit 14, please. Can you identify this exhibit?
This is the lawsuit filed against the city by Greg Dagnan.
And for the council's information, the last page of the exhibit includes a certification from the Jasper County Circuit Court. Okay, ma'am, can you look in the banner to the right that is appears sideways? I don't know if that you can read that on your copy. Electronically filed, do you see that?
Yes.
Does it give the date of the filing?
It says May 17th, 2024.
Okay, and Mr. Dagnan is the plaintiff in this lawsuit, right?
Yes.
And the defendants are the city itself and the city council members, among other people.
Yes.
Could you please go to page 14 of the petition? And you see the pleading labeled count 4, tortious interference with contract.
Yes.
All right, could you read paragraph 67 for me?
Mr. Dagnan has an employment contract with the city of Carthage which cannot be terminated absent cause.
And could you read the highlighted portion of paragraph 68?
The council had knowledge of Mr. Dagnan's contract for employment with the city of Carthage and his continued expectation of employment absent cause for his removal.
And also the highlighted portion of page 69?
Nonetheless, the council intentionally interfered with Mr. Dagnan's employment contract with the city of Carthage.
And paragraph 71 and 72, please.
As a direct and proximate cause of the council's and Carthage citizens United's tortious interference with Mr. Dagnan's employment contract, Mr. Dagnan has suffered and continues to suffer damages, including lost wages and benefits, emotional distress, and injury to his reputation. 72 says, Mr. Dagnan respectfully prays this court adjudge these defendants liable for tortious interference with the contract and grant all relief allowed under the law as set forth in the prayer in this petition.
All right, and the prayer is on page 16 and 17. Could you read the highlighted portions of the prayer?
Prayer for relief. Mr. Dagnan respectfully prays that this court enter judgment against Carthage and grant the following relief believed to be in excess of $25,000. Actual damages, including both economic and non-economic damages, including garden variety, emotional distress damages, punitive, liquidated damages, pre-judgment and post-judgment interest at the maximum legal rate, the costs of this action, and reasonable attorney fees.
So the upshot of this is that Mr. Dagnan is suing the city for a significant amount of money based, at least in part, on his allegation that this is a tortious interference with contract. I would ask that the council take official notice of section 432.070 of the revised statutes of Missouri, the cases of Moynihan versus City of Manchester, 265 Southwest 3rd, 350, and the case of Ballman versus O'Fallon Fire Protection District, 459 Southwest 3rd, 465. I have copies of these labeled Exhibits 12, 12.1, and 12.2, and it is the city's position that this case and these statutes, this statute in these cases holds unequivocally that a city cannot enter into a contract unless the contract, including its terms, is authorized and approved by the legislative body in writing.
Mr. Thornton, any objection?
Oh, yeah.
It'll be admitted.
All right, could you go to the next exhibit, please? That would be Exhibit 15. Can you identify that?
This is the Lauber Municipal Agreement,
What's the date of that?
May 15th, 2024.
And who's it addressed to?
Mr. Dagnan?
And can you tell me, is that Mayor Rife's signature under the accepted and agreed line on the second page?
Yes.
And the date of that acceptance is May 15th, 2024.
Yes.
Could you go ahead and read the first paragraph, the highlighted paragraph?
Lauber Municipal Law LLC, known as the firm, is grateful for the opportunity to provide special counsel, general municipal legal services to the city of Carthage as the matters. These legal services will begin May 15th, 2024 and end May 28th, 2024 with the option to renew week to week until a new city attorney is hired. I am submitting this letter to you to serve as the written agreement for my firm's engagement to provide legal services to the city concerning the matters for the above term.
Did the council approve this agreement? If you know.
I don't know. It didn't go, there was no council bill with this.
Okay. Could you look at the next exhibit? That would be exhibit 15.1.
Am I reading something from this one?
Could you identify the exhibit,
Oh,
please?
it's the minutes of the April 9th, 2024 council meeting.
And yes, could you go ahead and read into the record the first paragraph of that exhibit, the first highlighted paragraph? In fact, just read the first sentence.
Let me see, I'm trying to find it. In my copy. Oh, it's at the back. Ms. Cossey made a motion, seconded by Ms. Schramm, that the city council revoke approval to use the Lauber Law Firm as special counsel for general municipal matters. Permission was originally granted by council vote on August 22nd, 2023. I'm sorry, did you want me to read the whole thing?
Just go on and read the last sentence now of that same paragraph.
The motion carried?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion carried by a vote of 7 yeas and 2 nays. You want the names?
No, that's not necessary. And could you read the first sentence of the next highlighted paragraph?
Ms. Cossey made a motion, seconded by Ms. Schramm, that neither the mayor nor any city employee may contact any outside law firm regarding city business unless such specific purpose has been approved by a majority vote of the city council on this date or any date hereafter.
Okay, and this happened on at the meeting of April 9th, correct?
Yes.
And the mayor signed the Lauber contract on May 15th, correct?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, do you recall the Lauber contract ever being presented to or approved by the city council between April 9th and May 15th of 2024?
There was no council bill with it.
All right, could you go on to Exhibit 16, please? Can you identify that?
It's the Jeff Asbell agreement for the storm damage cleanup.
And was this related to the park itself, or did it go beyond the park, if you know?
I believe it was related to damages across the city.
Okay. And this proposal was made on May 9th, correct?
Yes.
If you go to second page of Exhibit 16, what is the projected value of the contract?
The projected what?
Just read the highlighted language right there, please.
This project is going to be billed as T&M. Estimated time to complete is 2 weeks. If the project takes that long, the project value will be around $288,000.
Do you remember when this storm occurred?
A few days before this letter.
Does May 6th ring a bell, the night of May 6th?
That sounds accurate, roughly.
All right, if you could go to 16.1 is the next exhibit. That indicates that it was accepted by Mayor Reif, correct?
Yes.
And it also says approved for emergency purchase for park cleanup. Do you know whose writing that is?
The mayor's.
Did the council ever approve the Asbel contract?
There was no council bill with it. I believe the emergency purchase falls under the purchasing policy.
Okay, so there was an emergency proclamation of some sort?
Yeah.
Did the council ever approve the emergency proclamation?
It was in one council packet. I don't remember the actions.
Can you identify Exhibit 16.4?
The agenda for May 14th with the, oh, my copy has the proclamation highlighted.
I'm sorry, let me find this. Okay, presentations and proclamation, state of emergency proclamation, correct?
Yes.
And what about hold on.
Mine has 16.6 listed.
Pardon me?
Are you trying to go to the next one?
No, not quite
Okay.
yet. Who made this proclamation, do you know?
I know it came from the mayor. I don't know if he had any help on it.
Did the council ever vote to accept the proclamation?
There was no vote that I remember, but I don't know that the council has ever voted on a proclamation that I'm aware of.
Okay, that is not the right one. Here we go. Is this the emergency declaration, the proclamation that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And that's signed by the mayor and dated May 13th, correct? We're talking about Exhibit 16.5.
Yes.
Take your time and read 16.5 and let me know if there's anything in 16.5 that authorizes the mayor to enter into a contract without the council's approval.
word contract is not specifically mentioned in this.
Now, in the fourth paragraph down, it's not highlighted, but it says pursuant to Chapter 44 of the Revised Statutes of Missouri, it is hereby ordered that, et cetera, correct?
Yes, it says that.
And nothing in there authorizes the mayor to enter into contracts without council approval. You already answered that. I take that back. At this point, I'd like the council to take official notice of what I have marked as Exhibit 17. It is sections 44.010 through 44.130 of the Revised Statutes of Missouri pertaining to Missouri's Emergency Management Agency. I offer it to show that nothing in Chapter 44 authorizes any mayor to declare an emergency or to enter into contracts on behalf of a city without the approval of the legislative body.
Mr. Thornton, any objection?
Objection.
And can you identify Exhibit 16, the next 16.10, hopefully the next exhibit? Might have gotten my numbering system incorrect there.
16.10 is Chapter 8 of the City Code.
And Chapter 8 of the City Code was not included in my original stipulation of exhibits. I would move that it be admitted at this point.
Mr. Thornton, any objection?
Objection.
Allowed to be entered.
Are you familiar with the contents of this exhibit, Ms. Neal?
No.
Beg your pardon?
No, I am not.
Can you take a look at it? Take your time, read through it a little bit.
I'm ready.
All right, and I probably should have pointed you directly to Section 8.4, but I'm going to ask this question generally, and you can respond to the best of your ability. Does anything in Exhibit 1610 authorize the mayor, to declare an emergency or to enter into contracts on behalf of the city without approval of the city council?
8-4 8-4, Section 1 says that the mayor and the director of Civil Defense Agency, in accordance with the Chapter 44 of the statutes, may expend funds or make contracts.
But it also says at the end, in accordance with the policies and plans of the federal and state governments, right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mayor Reif ever report to the council the need for the Asbel contract, or what steps he took to hire Asbel, or how much of the taxpayers' funds would be used to pay Asbel?
From my memory, that was a long time ago.
All right, let's go to the next exhibit. Which I believe is 15.1 again. Let's check that. Yep, this is a copy of something that's already been discussed. But if you would go to the second page, first identify it for me, please.
It's the minutes from April 9th again.
2024.
Yes.
And could you read the highlighted language on the second page of this exhibit?
On the second page? Mr. Snow made a motion to terminate Mr. Dagnan immediately and have him turn over city property and have Ms. Cox serve as interim city administrator until a new one could be hired.
And what was Mayor Reif's response?
Mayor Reif stated that it was an inappropriate motion and would not be forwarded.
Could you go to the next exhibit? I think that's 32. And could you identify that for us, please?
The minutes of the special meeting on April 11th, 2024.
All right, and could you go to the discussion? Oh. Do you have a highlighted version there?
I do.
Could you read the highlighted paragraph on, first tell us what page it's on?
Second page at the bottom. Starting with Mr. Snow made a motion.
Yes, thank you.
I have that paragraph and the next one highlighted.
That's good, yes, please.
Mr. Snow made a motion to renew his motion to remove Mr. Dagnan. Ms. Cossey seconded the motion. Mayor Reif ruled it an inappropriate motion. Mr. Snow appealed the ruling of the mayor according to Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Mr. Snow moved that the mayor's ruling that the motion to dismiss was out of order, overruled by the council. Ms. Cossey seconded. Mr. Snow moved for the vote to dismiss Mr. Dagnan. Motion carried by a vote of 7 yeas and 2 nays. I also have highlighted Mayor Reif said that the motion was not binding since he did not agree with the vote to remove Mr. Dagnan.
Thank you. Now if you could go back to Exhibit 7, please, the city charter. And could you again read the highlighted sections in 5.3 and in 5.4?
5.3 under City Administrator. The City Administrator shall be appointed by the majority vote of the council with the approval of the mayor. The appointment shall be for an indefinite term. Section 5.4 under Qualifications and Compensation of Administrator. The City Administrator shall receive or shall serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority. And Section C of that, Section 5.4, the city administrator shall continue to serve so long as his performance meets with the approval of mayor and a majority of the members of the council.
by their motion to dismiss Mr. Dagnan, you could assume that the council no longer approved of Mr. Dagnan's performance. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know how we're going to talk about what Ms. Miranda.
I'll go ahead and withdraw that. All right, at this point, unfortunately, I don't have the next exhibit in electronically. I'm talking about Exhibit 40, Ms. Deal. Could you identify that?
It's the mayor's statement regarding the city administrator, Greg Dagnan.
And it's about his termination, is it not?
Yes.
What's the date of the statement?
May 30th, 2024.
And this is a press release that he sent to you that you in turn sent off to be published in the on the city website. Is that right?
Yes, it was published there and sent to council.
Could you read the highlighted language on that exhibit?
Unfortunately, the language of the charter is clear. The city council has the authority to terminate Mr. Dagnan's employment.
And that's from Mayor Reif.
It appears so.
But the mayor kept Mr. Dagnan on the city's payroll from the time that the council acted to terminate him on April 11th until May 31st, 2024. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, could you go to the next exhibit, please? That would be exhibit number 1. Can you identify that for me?
Looks like the packet for the special council meeting of May 17th, 2024.
You were present for that meeting, were you not?
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
And the agenda included Resolution 2042 calling for the mayor's impeachment?
Yes.
According to the minutes, Mayor Reif was asked to stand down so that the business of the resolution could be addressed, correct?
Let's see. Yes, Mayor Reif asked Alan Snow to take over since it involved him.
Now, the agenda doesn't say this, but Mayor Reif actually vacated the mayor's seat at that request, did he not?
Yes.
And Mr. Snow took over?
Yes.
The council approved that resolution, did they not?
Yes, they did.
Well, I'm sorry. The council amended the resolution first by substituting a revised resolution for that which was on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, they did replace it.
And then they approved substitute resolution 2042, correct?
Yes, they did.
At that point, did the mayor's attorney make a statement about the passage of the resolution?
Yes, he made a statement.
And can you read the highlighted language on page 2?
Chris Thornton, Mayor Reif's attorney, raised a point of order and stated that Mayor Reif is invoking his right to veto this resolution under Section 4.7 of the city charter. That veto is binding until overridden by the council.
Okay, if we can go to 18. I'm sorry, not 18. Exhibit 3, the next exhibit. Can you identify that, please?
It's the council packet for the special meeting on May 21st, 2024.
And does the agenda include an ordinance or a bill, 2427, concerning the removal of Mr. Reif from the office of mayor?
It does.
Did the council pass that ordinance?
I believe they did. Yes, they did.
And could you identify Exhibit 5?
The minutes of the May 28th, 2024 council meeting.
I'm sorry, let's go back to the previous exhibit. Did Mayor Reif stand down for that as well and allow President Pro Tem Snow to chair that portion of the meeting concerning the ordinance?
Yes. After reading the ordinance, Ms. Cossey asked if Mayor Reif would allow Mr. Snow to take over since the council bill involved him. Mayor Reif returned to the audience.
All right, now let's go on to Exhibit 5. And I'm sorry, have you identified this for us?
The city council minutes from May 28th, 2024.
And if you could go to page 3. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Mayor Reif ultimately vetoed that particular ordinance, did he not?
Yes.
And that occurred at the May 28th meeting, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any highlights on your minutes? Could you go ahead and read that for us? First, tell me what page it's on.
It's on page 3. Right there.
Okay, thank you. Could you read the mayor's statement there? Start with Mayor Reif reported.
Mayor Reif reported that he would be vetoing Council Bill 2427 that was passed at the May 21st council meeting and stated the following. Pursuant to the city charter, I return Council Bill 24, it says 47. There was a typo in the minutes previous that were amended. I don't think you have the amended, but the number was mistyped. But I return Council Bill to the council with the following objections. I believe that the efforts to remove me from office as mayor of the city of Carthage are directly related to my efforts to enforce the law and hold members of our community accountable for their actions while in positions of public trust. I believe the charges are entirely politically motivated and will not cease my efforts to protect the public I serve and provide transparency. I will not sign this bill.
Could you go to Exhibit 4.1, please? Just for purposes of identification, are these the certified copies of the Substitute Resolution 2042 and Ordinance 24-27?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to okay, let's go to Exhibit 6. Could you identify that, please?
It's section 2-521 of the city code.
And could you, again, for the record, read the highlighted language of the section?
Section 2-521, Declaration of Policy. The public judges its government by the way the members of the City Council the mayor and its appointed officials conduct themselves in the post to which they are elected. The public has a right to expect that each such officer's conduct will tend to preserve public confidence in and respect for the government of the city of Carthage. To obtain these goals, it is important that the mayor, each member of the city council, and the appointed officials of the city of Carthage will uniformly, and then subsection 2 says, avoid both actual and potential conflict between their private self-interest and the public interest.
Thank you. And can you identify, back to Exhibit 7 in the charter, could you go to section 4.1 and read for the record the highlighted provision?
Section 4.1, election, term, and qualifications of the mayor. The mayor shall be president of the council and shall preside over same, but shall not vote except in case of a tie in said council, when he shall cast the deciding vote, but provided, however, that he shall have no such power to vote in cases when he is an interested party.
And at this point, I would ask that the council take official notice of section 105.452 of the revised statutes of Missouri, which prohibits conflict of interests by local elected officials.
Mr. Thornton, any objection?
Object.
Proceed.
Ms. Deal, did you attend the June 3rd, 2024 council meeting?
Yes.
Okay, that is, the minutes of those are Exhibit 8.1, is that correct?
Yes.
And the agenda notices a discussion of a possible vote to override the mayor's veto of ordinance 24-27, is that right?
Yes.
Before that occurred, was Mayor Reif again requested to step down and to allow Mr. Snow to preside because of his conflict of interest?
Yes, he was asked to allow Mayor Pro Tem to conduct that since there was a self-interest.
And I'm sorry, it's not highlighted on the electronic copy, and I apologize for it. Is it highlighted on your version?
Yes.
Could you tell us where that is?
Yeah, I believe it's on the next page at the top. Ms. Cossey.
Very good. And to your recollection, did the mayor stand down and allow that to occur?
I believe so.
And the council voted to override the veto, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I would like to go back to the charter, Exhibit 7, Section 4.1. Could you read the sentence immediately following the highlighted portion of that section? Talking about the mayor, he shall.
He shall have the superintending control of all the officers and affairs of the city, and shall take care that the ordinance of the city and the state laws relating to such city are complied with.
Yes, thank you. And can you identify Exhibit 31?
It is the mayor's oath of office.
Could you read that into the record, please?
I, Dan Rife, solemnly swear that I possess all the qualifications prescribed by law, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Missouri, the provisions of the city charter and ordinances of the city of Carthage, and faithfully demean myself in office, and well and truly perform the duties of the office of mayor within and for said city to the best of my skill and ability.
Thank you. Can you identify the next exhibit, 4.2?
It is, section, under Division 2, it's Section 2-121 through 2-130.
And what's the title of that division?
Division 2 is suspension or removal of officers.
And that has been amended by Exhibit 36, is that correct? Do you have Exhibit 36?
Yes. Yes, Section 2-122 was amended. I don't know.
This is just for identification purposes.
Oh, yeah.
And what was the date of that amendment? September 24, something like that?
September 24th of 2024.
And do you also have Exhibit 37 in front of you there?
The second revised articles of impeachment.
And that was duly adopted by the council when? Are you aware of that?
It was October 8th of 2024.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I would offer all of the records identified by Ms. Deal into evidence.
Mr. Thornton, any objection?
Objection.
Let them be entered.
And I have nothing further for this witness at this time.
Mr. Thornton, would you like to cross-examine the witness?
I would, Mr. Snow, but I have a request. We've been at it for about an hour and a half. I have some witnesses that I was expecting here at 3 o'clock. I'd like to address that matter while time is of the while it's the appropriate time. Also, I would like to get copies of the exhibits so that I could use them effectively to cross-examine Miranda, and I think it'd be easier if I had them ahead of time and got organized before we start.
How long would it take to get copies?
That shouldn't take long. It looks like they're right there.
Oh,
I just don't have copies here.
how much time would you like, Mr. Thornton? 10 minutes?
Yeah,
Enough?
10 minutes seems appropriate. The witness issue is the more pressing. If there are people that have been here since 3 o'clock hanging around, I'd like to address that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we'll take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 4:40. We're ready to go back on the record. Mr. Thornton, do you have? Would you like to submit something for the record?
Yeah, with regard to witnesses, it's my understanding that 6 of the witnesses that I subpoenaed are here. There is one that is not here because he's having surgery, and there's one that is not available. Mr. Greg Dagnan apparently has filed something in the circuit court and is not available to testify today. Mr. Dagnan's testimony is obviously a key piece of our defense, and so we would ask that Mr. Dagnan be either made available to testify here today pursuant to the subpoena, or that the matter be continued until Mr. Dagnan's testimony can be offered to the council. Furthermore, I'd like to also put on the record that it was my understanding that subpoenas were being issued under 536 chapter 536.077, which relates to discovery in the MAPPA. As I understand it, the city's position is that the subpoenas were issued under the charter and not under the statute. The statute has some very specific provisions regarding enforcement of subpoenas, and I would like to rely on those. The charter does not have similar enforcement provisions, and obviously if the subpoenas were issued under the city charter, then the enforcement is up to the council, and that would be different. So those are my objections.
Mr. Martin?
I interpret Mr. Thornton's statement as a motion to enforce the subpoenas that he referred to. And he's correct. Initially, he relied on Chapter 536.077, which is a statute of the state of Missouri that applies to agencies created by the state, by state statute, or by the Constitution. And that same language is found in Section 536.073 regarding depositions. Depositions can be used in administrative proceedings if the agency is one created by state statute or by the Constitution. In a case called Young versus St. Charles, Young versus the City of St. Charles, 977 Southwest 3rd 503, the Missouri Supreme Court held definitively that an agency created by a constitutional charter city, such as the City of Carthage, is not an agency created by state statute or by the Constitution, and is therefore not covered by Section 536.073 pertaining to depositions. Since 536.077, which pertains to subpoenas, uses the exact same language, the exact same rationale would apply. So the enforcement authority that is found in 536.077 isn't available to Mr. Thornton or his client. Charter Section 3.7, I believe, permits the City Council to compel attendance of witnesses for any matter that it is interested in. It's very vague. It does not include an enforcement mechanism, nor does the City Code include any kind of enforcement mechanism. As a result, I believe that Mr. Thornton's motion to enforce is simply ineffectual. We can't do anything about it. In addition, the city would like to object to the relevance of the subpoenaed testimony. Testimony to be relevant must prove or disprove facts in issue. The facts in issue are the facts that we've addressed in the charges and that you have just heard. It has nothing to do with Mr. Thornton's conspiracy-minded scheme about the CWEP. Section 536.070.8 of the revised Missouri statutes says that irrelevant evidence shall be excluded. Mr. Thornton's opening statement did not give this council any reason to believe that there is any relevance to anything that his witnesses may want to testify to. And for that reason, the city would demand an offer of proof showing a specific and definite relevance to the charges that have been submitted. So we object to the motion to enforce.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point out that my motion was for the enforcement of the subpoenas, or in the alternative, the continuance of this matter until Mr. Dagnan's testimony can be offered to the council. As to the relevance, I think you said at the beginning that the remedy for relevance was to object, and then unless you decided, I think the words were, it was wholly irrelevant, then you would allow the testimony to continue and be preserved for the record. Obviously, I make that request that any testimony that I be prepared to offer tonight, since we've gone to the trouble of having everybody come here, that it be preserved for the record.
Mr. Hadlow.
Hadlow, appearing on behalf of Mr. Dagnan. As has already been stated by Mr. Thornton, Dagnan is unavailable to testify today after filing a motion before the circuit. We would request council's inclined to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make note that this isn't a question of Mr. Dagnan being unavailable to testify. He was here earlier. He is clearly unwilling to testify. I think that's a distinction that needs to be made for the record.
It is the mayor's position that section 536.077 governs the issuance of subpoenas and their enforcement. It is Mr. Martin's position that section 536.077 does not apply to this impeachment because the summoning of witnesses is governed by the charter, which does not have an enforcement provision. I don't believe section 536.077 applies to this proceeding, as it would cause us to postpone this matter and run to the circuit judge for enforcement every time a witness doesn't show up. I think this is an impractical way of moving this to a just conclusion. So at this time, both motion to enforce and motion to continue are denied.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to renew my objection to the city declaring that the matter is being brought under Chapter 536 and then deciding willy-nilly what sections of 536 apply and which don't.
So noted.
And I would just like to point out to the chair and the council that 536 applies to the extent that it applies. And when the statutes themselves say that they do not apply to this particular proceeding, then they don't apply.
So noted. Mr. Thornton, would you like to continue cross-examination?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
I gave the other copy.
Oh.
Finish Miranda, those guys.
All right, Ms. Steele, I'd like to ask you to go through the list of exhibits there, and you call your attention to what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 10.
The closed session minutes of April 1st, 2022.
That's what I'm referring to, yes. Were you at that meeting?
I was not.
If you want to, you can try, yeah, that's fine. If you, yeah, I just don't, I didn't, yeah, that's fine, if you can keep up.
It would be helpful for us, Mr. Martin.
In that closed meeting, did the council approve the mayor's appointment of Mr. Dagnan to the position of city administrator?
That's what's in the minutes, yes.
So as far as you know, the council approved that appointment.
Yes.
And do you know any of the terms of that appointment that were discussed at that meeting?
I was not at the meeting.
Okay, so there may have been other terms of employment discussed and approved at that meeting, you're just not aware.
Correct.
Calling your attention to exhibit number 9. It's a letter dated April 7th, 2022. You have that? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I can't see what you're looking at, I
Yes.
apologize. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Did you prepare this document?
I did not.
And what's the date that this document?
April 7th, 2022.
And at that time, at that time, were you, what was your position with the city?
I was the deputy city clerk.
And you didn't have anything to do with preparing this? I'm sorry, I think I asked you that.
No, I did not prepare
Okay.
this.
Do you know who prepared this letter?
My assumption is the mayor. I don't know.
The mayor actually typed it himself?
I can't tell you that. I don't know what he did or did not do.
Okay. But but you don't know, so you don't know who prepared the letter?
My assumption is the mayor prepared it
Why do you make that assumption?
because it's his letter to Mr. Dagnan.
Is it typical for the mayor to prepare every letter that goes out from his office? Personally?
Not all the time, no.
But this one, you assume that he did?
I don't know who prepared this letter.
Okay. Have you ever seen the letter that was prepared and sent to the former administrator prior to Mr. Dagnan?
I have never seen that one myself.
Are you aware of the terms or any of the materials that were in that letter?
Specifics in the letter? No. I assume it followed the same outline as this one, but like I said, I don't know what exactly is in there
And why do you assume that?
because I know he had a letter similar to this, but I don't know what is in it.
Okay, so the city administrator prior to Mr. Dagnan received a letter similar to this, you think?
I don't know. I'm not in HR. This is the one for Mr. Dagnan. I would imagine that the administrator before had one as well. It would just seem
All right.
typical to
Thank
have
you.
one.
I'm just trying to find out what you actually know about this particular document, so thank you. I'm going to call your attention to, Plaintiff's Exhibit 15. Well, it's actually a letter, dated May 15.
For Lauber?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you prepare this document?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I assume it came from Lauber Municipal.
And do you know if anybody else in the city reviewed this document?
It was sent to Mr. Dagnan, and Mr. Mayor Reif signed it. I imagine he reviewed it.
Dagnan or Mayor Wright?
Both.
And were you involved in any meetings in April of 2024 when an RFP was discussed for a temporary city attorney?
I remember a hiring committee meeting for the city attorney, yes.
Okay. What do you remember about that meeting?
They reviewed the RFPs that had come in. Went over, I think, pros and cons.
And RFPs that had come in.
There were attorneys or firms who had sent in something similar to this about their rate and what they could do for us.
Okay, so let me back up a bit. So, microphone? All right. Let me back up a little bit.
I'm sorry, what was the date you said for the RFP meetings?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I said, were you aware of an RFP? Did the city issue, are you aware of an RFP the city issued in the April timeframe for temporary city attorney?
I don't know about an April timeframe. I don't know when we did the city attorney
Are you aware
meetings.
that the city issued an RFP for a temporary city attorney
Yes,
in 2024?
yes,
And were there responses to that? Are you aware if there were responses to that RFP?
yes.
And how many responses were received?
I want to say 3, maybe 4.
And out of those 3 or 4, which were any selected for that position?
There was some selected. I don't know if it was at the first meeting or I don't remember what meeting it was decided to present something to council. But there was an attorney selected for both the city and the municipal court services.
So there was a city attorney and an attorney selected for the prosecuting part of the city at some point
Yes,
following the RFP.
yeah.
And that was done with the council's knowledge
Yes.
and the council's approval?
Yeah.
I call your attention to Exhibit 16. The letter dated May 9th, 2024. Are you looking at that now?
Yes, for Jeff Asbell.
Yes. Are you familiar with this document?
I have seen it, yes.
When have you seen it before? In what context?
It's been sunshined. I've sent it to Mr. Martin.
Let me ask you this. How come the city has this document? Why was it delivered to the city?
They were looking for quotes to clean up the city.
Who was looking for quotes?
I believe the mayor and the administrator.
The city administrator?
Yes.
And who was that at the time?
Mr. Dagnan,
Okay. And why were they looking for quotes to clean up the city?
because a tornado came through and took out a lot of trees and did some damage.
A tornado.
I believe it was a tornado.
Okay. And was that on, I think you said it was on the 6th?
I believe that's the date Mr. Martin gave. It's about that time, yes.
Okay. So this letter or contract, if you want to call it that, was executed 3 days after the storm, the tornado?
That's when they sent it in, I believe.
Okay. And are you aware, or do you have knowledge of the effect of the council failing to approve a contract? What that means?
Can you rephrase your question?
Yeah, so when Mr. Martin was asking you questions, he asked you if you knew if the city council had approved this contract.
Yes.
And you said there was no council bill attached to it, right?
There was no council phone.
And what I'm saying is, are you aware, or what is your knowledge of that situation? If the council had not approved this contract, what would that mean for the contracting parties?
If council didn't approve it,
Correct.
typically if a contract's not approved by council, then it's null and void, I guess.
Null and void?
Yeah.
So there would be no contract, correct?
The council has to vote on contracts to be entered into, and the mayor signs said council bills.
Right. So if the council hadn't approved the contract, there wouldn't be one.
I'm going to object to that. It calls for speculation, and it could easily have been presented to the council at a meeting for their approval.
Sustained.
That's fine. Are you aware of any procedure by which the mayor could take action and then subsequently go to the council for approval of that action?
As far as doing,
The mayor could go out and, let's say, sign a contract for a performer for Maple Days. Is it Maple Days? Maple Leaf Days. I know you just had it here. So he goes out and signs a contract for a performer for Maple Leaf Days, right? Is there a procedure whereby he can go to the council and have that action approved after the fact?
there's not for something like that, there's emergency purchases.
Was this an emergency?
He wrote on here as a emergency purchase when he accepted it.
So 3 days after the storm, he signed a contract to get the materials from the storm cleaned up.
Object. It assumes facts not in evidence. He signed it on the 15th, I believe, not the 9th. It would have been several days after the storm.
You can answer.
The date of the acceptance was 5/16.
You're right.
Mr. Thornton, could you rephrase the question?
There's no need. That's fine.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, any follow-up?
Ms. Deal, did the city council have a meeting on May 14th, 2024?
I believe that was the date. Yes.
And that is in Exhibit 16.4 and 16.6, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything that would have prevented the mayor from bringing the ASBIL contract to the city council on the 14th so they could sign it on the 15th that you're aware of?
Repeat the question?
Is there any reason why the ASBIL contract couldn't have been presented to the city council on the 14th with the mayor signing it on the 15th, to the best of your knowledge?
I'm not sure. They may have been waiting on other quotes to come in.
Does the Carthage City Council tend to hold special meetings? There's been a lot of them, haven't there?
Depends on what the subject is.
Is there any reason why a special meeting couldn't have been called to approve the ASBIL contract, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Mr. Thornton, anything? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Martin. Or
I
are
have
you done?
nothing further.
Mr. Thornton, anything further?
Nothing further, Mr. President.
Then you're excused. Thank you.
I'm free to go. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, next witness.
I'd like to call Tracy Cox.
Miranda, would you swear in the witness, please?
right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the matters in issue and render a true verdict? Oh, that's not the right one. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Martin, you may proceed.
If you give me just a moment, please. My exhibits are out of order here, and I need just a minute to put them back in order. Okay, sorry for the delay. Ms. Cox, would you state your name, please, and let us know what your occupation is, and talk about your history with the city of Carthage, please.
My name is Tracy Cox, and I am the interim city administrator for the city of Carthage. I've been employed by the city of Carthage for 9 years. Started out as the city clerk, and then city clerk finance officer, and then assistant city administrator.
And with your current position, are you also taking over the job as finance director, or that was your job before?
I was assistant city administrator and finance director.
Okay. So today you are still the finance director, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's not what I'm looking for. Here we go. This has been previously identified as Exhibit 10, closed session minutes of the City Council for their April 1, 2022 meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were at that meeting, were you not?
Yes, sir.
You were the city clerk at the time?
Yes, sir.
You prepared the minutes?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that Dagnan's employment by the city didn't include a 10-year term, a for-cause termination standard, or a 3-month severance package?
I am not aware of that.
If those items had been approved by the city council at this particular meeting, you would have included them in the minutes, would you not?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go to Exhibit 13. Can you identify that, please?
It is a letter to Greg Dagnan for his severance package.
And this itemizes the payouts to Mr. Dagnan on his ultimate termination from the city's employment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Could you read that first sentence for me, or that very first line?
With your termination being effective immediately, you are due the following payouts pursuant to city code and your employment contract.
All right, and then it lists the payouts that he received, correct?
Yes.
That includes 3 months severance pay in the amount of $27,427.20.
Correct.
And can you read the last sentence of that letter?
I have instructed these payouts to be issued on a special check at the payroll clerk's earliest convenience.
Now, it's my understanding that the city code required the payment of Mr. Dagnan's accrued sick leave and vacation time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But the 3-month severance payment was not required by the city code, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that section 2-160 of the city code, previously identified as Exhibit 11, requires only 1/2 month's salary as a severance payout?
2 weeks.
Pardon me?
2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you know where the 3 months came from?
I do not.
So, I'd like to do a little math here. And I'm trying to determine whether Mr. Dagnan was paid for money that he shouldn't have gotten because it wasn't authorized by the city council and it wasn't authorized by the city code, okay? So hopefully my questions will be clear in that context. 3 months' salary is roughly 12 weeks, right?
Correct.
So if we divide 12 weeks by 2 weeks, we get 6, right?
Correct.
And if we divide the payout to Dagnan of $24,000 by 6, we get the 2 weeks that he should have been paid as a severance. Is that right?
Yes.
And according to my calculation, that number is $4,571.20.
Yes.
But he was paid $27,427.50, correct?
$27,427.20.
Okay, thank you. So roughly, his overpayment for severance was $22,856.30, or if you have a better number, I'd rely on your number because my math stinks.
I'll rely
I
on your
object to that being referred to as an overpayment.
Okay, Mr. Dagnan was paid this amount, right? The $27,000?
Yes.
And he should have been paid only $4,000, $4,500?
According to the code?
And that is payment made from the public treasury, correct?
Yes.
It's the city's money, it's the taxpayers' money.
Yes.
And it was a payment that was not authorized by the city council, and it was a payment that contradicted the requirements of the city code. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to go to the, oh, I'm sorry, can you identify 13.1 for me?
It is a payroll history report, summary report.
And that designates the amount of severance that Mr. Dagnan received, correct?
Yes.
It also includes the sick leave and the vacation leave that he received, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. This is Exhibit 11, previously identified. I would just like you to confirm that 2-160B permits a termination payment equal to 1/2 month's salary,
Yes, it does.
plus any other benefits which may have accrued, which we've already discussed, the sick leave and the vacation, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the Lauber municipal contract previously identified. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether the council ever approved this contract?
I was on medical leave at the time,
So
so
you
I
do
do
not
not
know.
know.
You have no personal knowledge of that?
Correct.
All right, can you identify Exhibit 15.2?
It is a bill from Lauber Municipal Law.
All right. Could you read the entry from 5/16/24.
Talk with mayor, research on suspending telephone conference with councilman.
And 5/19/2024, could you read that too?
Legal research and opinion to mayor and city clerk regarding proper method for counting votes.
There's actually 2 invoices there, are there not?
Yes, sir.
And could you read the 5/16/2024 entry, just the first clause of the 5/16/2024 entry on the second invoice?
Discussion of impeachment, council purported suspension of elected official during pendency of impeachment.
Thank you. Now 15.3, can you tell us what this is? All right, and what's the amount on that?
$1,727.30.
And it includes a notation, a handwritten notation at the bottom of that grid, does it not?
Yes.
And what does it say?
Need contract approved by council before authorizing.
Do you know who wrote that?
I believe that is Tiffany Cossey as she reviews our requisitions for payment.
All right, and if she reviews a requisition for payment and makes a note on it saying something hinky here and sends it back, who does it go to at that point?
She's actually handed it off to either myself or Miranda.
All right, does it get back to the mayor, do you know?
No.
All right, and that's Exhibit 15.3, correct?
Yes.
Can you identify Exhibit 15.4?
It is an email from Mayor Dan Reif to the administrative assistant Dorothy Weber,
And what's the date of that?
June 13th.
And in this, Mayor Reif is saying, go ahead and send, among other things, he's saying, go ahead and send the payment for Lauber, correct?
Yes.
Can you identify 15.5?
It is a copy of the check to Lauber Municipal Law Firm.
In the amount of $1,727.30?
Yes.
Okay, how about 16.8? Can you identify that, please?
It is an invoice from Jeff Asbell Excavating and Trucking,
And what's the amount of that invoice?
$206,966.35.
And was that for cleanup in the park, or was that throughout the city? To the best of your knowledge, if you don't know, please
Clean up
say
in the
so.
park, but the grinding was set up at the recycling center, and that, I believe, was not just related to the park.
Okay, very good, thank you. And can you identify 16.9?
It is a check to Asbell.
In that amount, $206,966.35.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cox, I forgot to ask this question of Ms. Deal, so I'm going to go ahead and ask you. Is Mayor Reif paid a salary from the city?
He is, the charter authorizes salary to the mayor.
Do you happen to know what amount the salary is?
$4,000.
I've heard 8.
8.
You don't know?
Obviously, I don't.
All right, thank you.
But
But,
units on that? Is that million or?
No,
8,000?
I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything else for Ms. Cox.
Mr. Thornton, would you like to cross-examine?
I would, but I have the same request as last time. Could I just get the exhibits together real quick and then go at it that way?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to ask the council to take official notice. I've labeled this as Exhibit 34. It is Article 6, Section 23 of the Missouri Constitution, which says in pertinent part, no city shall grant public money or thing of value to or in aid of any corporation, association, or individual, except as provided in this Constitution.
Mr. Thornton, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Let it be submitted.
All right. Ms. Cox, could
Yes, we do.
Thank you, thank you. Does that procedure include purchasing authorization?
It is included in our purchasing policy manual.
Okay. And are you familiar with the purchasing policy manual?
Yes.
What does it say about purchasing related to emergencies such as tornadoes and things like that?
I don't know the exact language, but the mayor is authorized to do emergency purchases, especially when it affects the community.
So, in your opinion, seeing what you've seen today, was the mayor authorized to make the purchase that was in the as-built contract?
Calls for a legal conclusion, calls for speculation.
Denied? No, I'm sorry.
I think you mean to
Sustained.
uphold that.
Sustained.
Yeah. That's all right. You don't have to answer that. I have no further questions.
Mr. Martin?
Nothing further, Your Honor, and I believe that concludes the city's testimony except for rebuttal.
Ms. Cox, you're excused.
Beg your pardon, I'm missing something. Yes.
Mr. Thornton, would you like to take a break, or are you prepared to start?
I'm not Mr. Snow. So as a practical matter, would it be appropriate to take a nourishment break at this point? I don't want to unduly postpone the proceedings, and there are a lot of people here, but it is getting to be the dinner hour. So, but yeah, I would need at least 20 or 30 minutes to get based on who's here, get my order together, things like that. So.
At this time, we'll take a 30-minute recess. We'll resume, actually, we'll do 29-minute recess. We'll resume at 6 p.m.
I got caught in Carthage traffic.
Oh. You had to stop at one of the four-way stops?
The Casey's is only a mile away, but it's a surprisingly long journey.
Yeah. Mr. Holliday, we're ready to go back on the record. Mr. Thornton, are you ready to proceed?
I am this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time. We've determined that our defense is going to consist of the presentation of one witness, Mr. Nate Daly. And so we'd like to tell everybody thank you, but anybody that's subpoenaed here will not be called in the mayor's case. We'll proceed with Mr. Daly and go from there.
Miranda, if you'd swear in the witness.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good evening, Mr. Daly. How are you? Have you worked for the city of Carthage?
Yes.
And when did you start working for the city of Carthage?
As the attorney,
When did you start working for the city?
1993 as a lifeguard.
And when did you start working for the city as an attorney?
January 1 of 2007.
2007. So, and you were the city attorney during, when did you stop working for the city as the city attorney?
May 10th of this year,
of this year.
2024.
So during most of the time of the events that have taken place that we've had testimony about, you were the city attorney for the city of Carthage?
Correct.
And during the course of that time, did you have, what were your duties as the city attorney?
To advise the council and departments on the law, and also I was the city prosecutor.
Okay. And in the course of that advising the council, did you ever have opportunity to advise the mayor as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what types of things did you advise the council and the mayor about?
Really anything from contracts, the procedure to, everything that was legal related.
Which is everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes. Let me think about it. Are you familiar with the town charter?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the town ordinances?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the testimony here today given by Ms. Deal and Ms. Cox regarding, did you hear their testimony here today?
Some of it I did step out for a little while.
Okay.
So,
So I'm going to ask you some questions about their testimony. If it's a part that you were not here for, just let me know.
okay.
Going back to 2022, were you the city attorney when Mr. Dagnan was hired?
Yes.
And were you a participant in that process of hiring Mr. Dagnan?
No.
You were not.
No.
There was a letter that was produced earlier today that bore the mayor's signature. I think it was marked Exhibit 10. Did you prepare that letter?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I do not.
Are you aware of, did you know the previous city administrator?
Mr. Short, yes.
Yes, you did.
Mhm.
And were you aware of his terms of employment with the city?
I was not until until he resigned.
Okay. And when he
Or
resigned,
retired.
what did you become aware of?
He had a contract signed by Mayor Riley, Don Riley.
And what were the terms of that contract?
I knew that, I don't remember what the terms were. If he was asked to resign or to leave without cause, he got paid 6 months of his salary. I think that was it, plus any accrued benefits.
And was that contract approved by the council?
It was not. or at least we looked to see if it had been approved at that time. It was not. The council did, upon his resignation, voted to approve that after the fact.
So they ratified the agreement after the fact?
Correct.
Did you advise the mayor with regard to Mr. Dagnan and his employment?
I mean, that's a pretty broad question, but yes.
It was intended to be.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, on certain things, yes.
Did you advise the mayor regarding the termination of Mr. Dagnan by the city council?
Yes.
And with what matter, how did you advise the mayor with regard to the termination of Mr. Dagnan? What was your advice?
Well, my advice was that it took that the triggering mechanism, I know we've talked about the first part of the code, but that the triggering mechanism was that the 30 days doesn't start until it's the first, or I don't know if it says the second or fourth, either first or second meeting in which the majority of the council votes to terminate with the mayor concurring. And so it wasn't necessarily that I did advise him of that this time, but it was not something new that I didn't know. We had to look it up previously when there was some ahead of a special meeting dealing with Mr. Short, but I had reviewed the charter as well as the minutes from that and the code to kind of the language doesn't necessarily work well together.
Let me ask you a different question. Let me ask you a different question. Did you advise the mayor with regard to what vote it took by the council to terminate Mr. Dagnan?
Yes, I told him it took the majority of the council and his vote to terminate Mr. Dagnan.
Okay. And in your opinion, did a majority of the council vote on April 9th to terminate Mr. Dagnan?
I mean, the minutes would have to reflect that. I think they did. That's the first meeting after the new council was sworn in, I believe. Yes, I think they did.
And did you advise the mayor that that was a binding vote and that he should terminate Mr. Dagnan?
No,
And why not?
because he didn't approve it. He did not agree with the termination of him triggering the notice that he was terminated. I mean, that's what I,
So it was your advice to the mayor as the city attorney that that vote was not binding upon him as the mayor?
correct.
And did the mayor act in accordance with that advice?
I think so. Yeah. Yes.
Did you advise the mayor regarding the termination, well, let me put it to you this way, compensation paid on termination to Mr. Dagnan?
I left before Mr. Dagnan's.
Did you have a
Left.
chance to talk to the mayor about that issue before you had left?
Yeah, we had talked about that issue previously, what the contract, not a contract issue. Prior
And what
to-
opinion did you give the mayor with regard to that issue?
I don't believe it's just the mayor. I know previously we had discussed other contracts that were similar to that. I had advised that I didn't believe there was a contract.
And what would be the effect of there not being a contract in that case?
So this is at least the third unilateral contract that I had seen as city attorney. The first was Mr. Short's, and then Mr. Peterson had one, and then Mr. Dagnan had one. I did advise not this council, but previously that under, I think it's 434-070, I can't remember the exact, but the municipal statute of frauds, that part doesn't necessarily say that has to be approved by the council. It just says whoever signs the contract has to be somebody authorized under law to do so. But if that's not true, then the contract's void. It's not voidable, it's just void. And there's plenty of case law that people have had to repay 10, 15, 20 years worth of in one case, wages back because the contract wasn't accurate. And when I said that the law says you shall recoup that funds, we were dealing with two previous contracts that had already been paid out, and nobody seemed interested in wanting to
So
do that,
with-
so they moved on without ratifying or doing anything with Mr. Dagnan's contract.
Mr. Dagnan's contract. So with respect to Mr. Dagnan's contract, if the council didn't approve it and it was void, there would be no contract. Is that correct?
Well, that was my opinion of it, yes. There's a difference of opinions whether the mayor can enter that contract or not.
You said something earlier about unilateral contract. What did you mean by that?
Well, I guess that's a misspeak of, not really unilateral, just didn't include it was just a contract between the mayor and the employee.
Is that unusual?
Well, it was not unusual for Carthage, no.
Okay, tell me what you mean by that.
Well, I just mean that, they had, and I don't remember how long ago Don Riley was mayor, but long enough ago I was a kid when I lived by him, so, he had that contract with Mr. Short. And it's not the employment part of it, it was the termination part, and then we had another contract, I don't remember which mayor it was that signed it with Mr. Peterson, not for his employment part, but the percentage part he got from the pro shop, the greens fees and cart rental. That was just from the mayor, and then this contract with Greg was just the mayor and that employee.
So you're aware of at least 3 instances where contracts were entered into between the mayor at the time, not this mayor,
mayor,
but
yes.
a mayor,
Yes,
and the city.
yes.
You mentioned a contract for Mr. Peterson. What is your knowledge of that arrangement with Mr. Peterson?
Just that.
Yeah,
it
I'm going to
was-
stop calling these contracts, by the way. They sound more like deals or handshakes or whatever.
Well, I mean, they're written. It's, and I mean, I disagreed when we had the sunshine request. My argument was it wasn't a contract, and the Attorney General thought they were enforceable contracts. So we debated that, but, my understanding of his, I know that Mr. Armstrong at one point, who was a council member, wanted to see it. I went to Mr. Short because he denied Mr. Armstrong's request to see the golf contract. And so I went to Mr. Short and asked to see it on his behalf, and I was told that it was between the mayor and the employee. And I went back to Mr. Armstrong and asked if he wanted to push the issue, which I think I would have. But I'm not going to do that on my own. And he did not want to do that.
And Mr. Armstrong was a member of the council at the time?
Correct.
Yeah. So what did you learn about the arrangement with Mr. Peterson regarding the green fees? Specifically, what was that arrangement?
Well, later, I think it was just the percentage. He got a percentage of which I think everybody knew that was, but it didn't go through the council. It was a percentage of the total sale, not total sales, green fees. I don't know if it was based on number of rounds or a percentage of the dollar figure, and then a number of cart rentals or the dollar figure of cart rentals. It was a small percentage of those that went to him.
But there was some direct percentage of proceeds from the operation of the golf course that went directly to Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Do you know how much that it might have amounted to over the course of the years?
No, I have no idea.
Do you know if it was more or less than $142,462.49?
I have no idea.
Did you ever see a writing between the former mayor and the former city administrator? I'm going to get the names wrong if I say them, so I just call them by title.
A former mayor or the
The mayor prior to Mayor Rife. What was his name? I can't.
Mr. Harris, Mike Harris.
Harris and Mr.
No, Mr. Short's writing was way before that.
Okay, so
Mr.
you've never
Short-
seen that writing.
Mr. Short started here in 95 or so.
Okay, I guess what I really want to know is
I did see that,
right.
yes.
You
But
did?
it wasn't from Mr. Harris, correct?
Oh, okay. So you did see that at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And what were the terms of that arrangement?
Well, I mean, I think, so I knew The ask to resign was a big part of it, because that was the issue. He wanted the mayor to ask him to resign as opposed to retire. Because if he was asked to resign, he got 6 months pay, and then his benefits, which accrued benefits, which he would have got regardless. So he was eligible to retire.
He was eligible to retire from the city?
Correct.
Okay, so there was some sort of retirement on top of that.
Yes.
So, I guess point being that there are, or there have been in Carthage, historically there have been arrangements with the city administrator prior to Mr. Dagnan.
Correct.
And if Mayor Rife were involved in hiring Mr. Dagnan in some way that violated the city charter, that might have been a continuation of previous practice.
Correct.
And in your opinion, was that in fact what happened in the hiring of Mr. Dagnan?
In my
Yes.
legal opinion,
In your personal opinion?
well, I think he followed, in my personal opinion, he followed what had been done previously. I didn't know it at the time. I mean, I still have the opinion that it's not a contract, but
Understood.
I appear to be in the minority.
But it is your opinion that Mayor Rife was just carrying on a practice that had been implemented before him?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the investigation of Mark Peterson?
Very little.
Do you know when that investigation might have started?
I'm going to object. I think this inquiry is absolutely irrelevant to the issues that were raised in this impeachment hearing and are wholly irrelevant and need not to be inquired further.
Mr. Chairman, I would argue that
Relevance.
good government is never irrelevant.
Your mic's off.
Mr.
Might have done that wrong. Offering a contract term to Mr. Dagnan that was in violation of the city code and the city charter, and paying Mr. Dagnan $27,000 that he didn't earn and wasn't entitled to, and vetoing his own resolutions of impeachment.
Is this an objection?
This is an objection. Vetoing his own resolutions of impeachment in spite of that blatant conflict of interest, and entering into contracts that were not approved by the city council in violation of state law. Now, not one of those charges involves this foray into Mr. Peterson and what he did or did not do, or what might have motivated some people to do whatever it is they might want to do. And good government isn't enough. You need to have a specific reason. You need to have a specific and definite statement of relevance here. And I'm objecting to this in line of inquiry as being absolutely irrelevant.
The actions the mayor is charged with are actions that were directly related to the termination of Mr. Dagnan, allegedly in violation of ordinance and statute, and I'm going into the reasons that Mr. Dagnan was terminated. He was terminated for the Mark Peterson investigation.
Not relevant to what the mayor did.
Disagree.
Objection overruled, but if we do go off track, Mr. Martin has the ability to object.
And I'm sure he will. Mr. Daly,
Yes, sir.
can we get the last question read back?
You asked
sorry.
if I was familiar with the investigation.
Oh, thank you.
I said very little.
Right. So, tell me what you know of the investigation against Mr. Peterson.
I mean, just that once they started, we got a new, I don't know if it's after or before the new park director came in, but there was allegations of theft that came up, and the police started investigating, and the council approved hiring a forensic auditor.
I'm sorry, you said forensic auditor?
Yes,
Okay, and do you know if the forensic auditor did an audit or anything?
there was an audit done.
Do you know the results of that audit?
I mean, I did not review the audit.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone who suggested to you or anybody else that Mr. Peterson should not be prosecuted for the alleged conduct?
Mr. Chairman, I want to renew my objection. Evidence is relevant when it tends to prove or disprove a fact in issue. The facts in issue are the charges of impeachment. This has nothing to do with the charges of impeachment. Thank you.
Mr. Thornton, if you could explain why this is relevant.
I think I've given you every explanation, including that's directly the reason that we're here, but I mean, I have flat out said that the reason that the mayor is being impeached is because he allowed or was part of a group that brought charges against Mark Peterson for allegedly stealing from this city.
If you could, which article of impeachment would that be relevant to?
It would be relevant to the article of impeachment regarding Mr. Dagnan's termination. I'll ask another question. Mr. Daly, are you were you the city attorney in the summer of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar, were you the city attorney in May when the city was preparing its budget for that year?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mayor Reif and the city administrator and others in the city had asked CWEP for a list of employees and salaries of the people that worked at CWEP?
Yes.
Was that list ever produced?
Well, I think that the list that they asked for was a list, not necessarily of employees, but it was a breakdown of the upcoming year's salaries with a range by position.
Okay.
But it was eventually produced.
It was eventually produced. When was it produced?
I don't know the date, but it was after the board had been removed, the Friday after the board had been removed.
If I said that it was produced on June 16th of 2024, would that sound about right to you?
Sure. I don't know. I don't know.
That would be the day after the board was.
Yeah, it was in June. I know that it was in June.
Were you involved in any of the discussions that took place between any member of CWEP or anybody associated with CWEP and members of the city administration that were requesting that information?
Yes.
And what were those conversations? What was the nature of those conversations?
Well, several different ones. So the first one was I had gone through their minutes looking for something else, a contract, and was concerned that they had what appeared to not have been voting on approving salaries. And we were doing a rate increase at the time, and I was concerned that might get brought up. And so I went to the mayor, actually I went to Greg to see if we needed to call the mayor in sooner, and we talked to the mayor on that. That nearest Thursday, the decision was made. We went to the council, told them that we were going to initiate communication with the Water and Electric Board. But basically that we needed them to approve the salaries if they hadn't done it. I mean, I was still kind of confident at that time that we would find out they had done it. And so that's what happened with that. That was a closed session, and then we had that meeting. That was a Tuesday, and that Thursday, I think it was Thursday or Friday, we had a meeting with the board president via Zoom or some other sort of
Who was the
video.
board president?
Mr. Lambeth, at that time, and requested to see if they had voted on those things or not.
And about what time was this? About what time of year?
May, I mean, it's probably May of '23, somewhere in there.
And as a result,
But I do not see what any of this inquiry has to do with whether the mayor unlawfully paid Mr. Dagnan $27,000 that he did not earn, or whether he entered into contracts that were not approved by the city council, or whether he didn't recognize or acknowledge the city's council's lawful firing of Mr. Dagnan, or whether he vetoed impeachment resolution so he could still keep his job. There is no relevance here.
Mr. Thornton, I'd ask again, how is this relevant to the 5 articles of impeachment?
I would ask that Mr. Martin's objections not continue to repeat the same thing over and over. Look, I've already answered that question.
Objection sustained. Please move on.
Okay. There's been testimony tonight about a contract with Lauber Law Firm. Are you familiar with that testimony? Were you
Yes.
here for that part?
I was here for the testimony, yes. I was not here when that contract was,
Right. No, I
entered into.
understand it, but you heard the testimony about it.
yes.
Are you familiar with the circumstances that led to the hiring of Lauber Law?
Yeah, I left May 10th.
Okay, so what can you tell me about why your leaving on May 10th had something to do with Lauber Law?
My assumption from what I heard was they had an emergency hiring of a city attorney,
And why would they have a city hiring of a city attorney?
because they didn't have a city attorney. So,
Well, no, that's a serious question. Why is it important to have a city attorney?
well, you're a corporation under the Missouri law, you have to be represented by council.
So you have to have a city
Yes.
attorney, yeah. And so, without a city attorney, is it possible to write contracts for city services, for example?
I mean, the other people could present one to you,
No, no,
but
sorry, that was
there's
a bit-
nobody
sorry,
to write one.
I misspoke. I meant to say ordinances. Sorry, I misspoke. So, is one of your duties as city attorney writing ordinances?
Correct.
Yeah. And if there were not ordinances written to allow certain things to happen because there was no city attorney, are you aware that that might have happened in Carthage?
I know that the time frame that has been talked about today with Asbel and the Lauber hire was during a time that there was no city attorney.
So the contracts with Asbel and the contract with Lauber Law that may have been entered into by the mayor were at a time when the city had no attorney.
I don't know, I don't remember exactly what it said on when Lauber was hired as far as that goes, but it appeared that, no, there would have been nobody to write an ordinance that would have, at least for that 14th meeting, I think, came up that said May 14th, that why was it brought up then? There would have been nobody to write anything to, at least, there would be no attorney to present something as an ordinance to approve those contracts.
With regard to the Asbel contract, are you familiar with the emergency purchasing provisions of the city charter, or the
Yes.
city's ordinances?
Yes, it's in the purchasing manual.
And under the terms of the purchasing manual, is the mayor empowered to enter into contracts with companies like Asbel?
I don't know if it specifically says the word contracts, but he can make emergency purchases.
And in your opinion, is the contract that was put up here with Asbel, is that in the nature of emergency purchases that the mayor's allowed to make?
So that storm that came through that day, I have not been able to live at my home since that day, because I had two trees fall on it. So, yeah, I mean, it was pretty bad in town. There was definitely a need to get stuff cleaned. We had roads blocked, power outages. It was a bad storm.
So I'm going to repeat.
I don't
the
know
question.
exactly what as-built did, but there was definitely a need for cleanup on an emergency basis.
And based on your familiarity with the emergency purchasing ordinance, was that contract consistent with the powers given to the mayor under that?
You have the contract or the letter? I mean, I'd look at it, but we made lots of, over the 17, 18 years I was here, there was a lot of emergency purchases made by the mayor.
That'll do. Mr. Snow, if this time, could we have a 5-minute recess? We're about to conclude.
Yes, that would be fine.
Thank you.
We'll resume at 6:38. Are you ready to begin? We'll go back on the record.
I think your mic's off.
Mr. Daly, one last question, and it's related to an area that we've discussed previously, but I'm going to try to ask it in a way so as not to upset anybody. Did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Bill Putnam regarding Mr. Greg Dagnan?
Yes.
And what was the nature of those conversations?
I mean, there was maybe more than one, but the last one I had with him was at either September 14th or 16th. It was the last Rotary meeting I ever went to.
Mr. Chairman, again, I'm going to object on relevance grounds. I don't see how a conversation with Mr. Putnam had anything to do with the charges that are at issue tonight.
Mr. Thornton, can you explain relevance?
I believe the answer will make it relevant.
Objection overruled.
Mr. Daly?
It was me, Ed Hardesty, and Mr. Putnam at Rotary. And, I mean, Ed, we kind of went back. He asked what we thought about his talk. He'd come to council and spoke the Tuesday before that. And we went over that, and he said something to the effect of, oh, well, people like what I'm saying. And that's when Mr. Hardesty said, well, if the truth doesn't matter, what does? And he said, we have to remove Mr. Dagnan. And Ed said he wasn't going to vote for that. And he said, well, then we're going to run people for council, and we're going to vote you out, and we're going to remove the mayor and remove Mr. Dagnan, and then told me that they were going to stop the investigation into Mr. Peterson, too. And if I stood in the way of that, I'd be gone also.
And in your opinion, was this in retaliation for the charges that were brought against Mark Peterson?
Well, I don't know how you wouldn't think that.
Is that your opinion?
Yes.
Thank you.
A part of it, anyway.
Nothing further.
Mr. Martin, Cross?
So, Mr. Daly, you mentioned the municipal statute of frauds, correct?
Yes.
What's the statute number for the municipal statute of frauds?
354070, 3-something 070, 345.
17 years as city attorney, and you don't know the statute number for the municipal statute of frauds? 432070 ring a bell?
Yes.
And if I understood your previous testimony, violations of the city charter, violations of Missouri statutes in terms of contracts occurred before, so they must be okay now. Is that right?
I did not say that.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. During your tenure, when you saw all these violations taking place, did you ever stand up in your hind legs and say, this has got to stop? Or did you put your hands in your pants and your pockets and shrug your shoulders and walk away?
I object. I believe that mischaracterizes Mr. Daly's testimony.
Overruled.
I'll withdraw it. Mr. Daly, are you telling me that 432070 doesn't require city council approval in writing of municipal contracts?
It says that contracts have to be in writing and authorized or signed by the person who is authorized by law to do so.
Are you familiar with Moynihan versus City of Manchester and Ballman versus the O'Fallon Fire Protection District? Does it say exactly what I just said?
I'm not familiar. I mean, yes, there's some case law, but I don't know what exactly those cases are referring to, so I can't answer that.
All right, you also mentioned something about ratifying some contractor or another. Is that the case?
That's what the council did, yes.
Now, do you think that's legal?
No, I thought the contract was void.
All right, you can't ratify a void contract,
Correct.
right? Thank you for that. And if I understood you correctly, you told the mayor that it was your opinion that Dagnan did not have a contract. Is that right? Did I get that testimony correct?
I don't think that's what I said. I don't know if I was ever asked that specifically. That contract was paid out after I was gone.
Did you think that Degnan had a valid contract?
No, I think I did say that the Attorney General and I argued whether it was valid or not, and I said no, and they said yes when we were arguing whether it should be disclosed under the Sunshine Law.
Well, that's a different question, isn't it, as to the validity of the contract?
No, I mean, if it's void, it's not a contract, so it didn't need to be disclosed. That was my,
But you believe Degnan didn't have a contract,
I believe that contract is not, it's not a contract. That's what
but
I
the mayor
believed.
paid on it anyway.
That's what I've been told.
You also said something about a majority of the council and the mayor being necessary to terminate the city administrator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why'd you say that?
Because that's what the code says. You'd have to go back and look, which I did at the time, was to look at the minutes of the Charter Commission to see how they came to the language they did in the charter versus that in the code.
How about the plain language of the charter? Doesn't that say that the city administrator serves at the pleasure of the council? And that the city administrator serves so long as the mayor and the council continue to approve of his position?
But that disagrees with the code, so I was trying to
And-
figure out where that disagreement came in the.
and as
Can I
a-
answer the question?
Well,
You
as-
asked me how I came to that opinion. I figure I should give you my legal opinion, how I came to it.
As a seasoned municipal lawyer, you're familiar with Article 6, Section 19A of the Missouri Constitution, are you not? Well, let me put it this way. If the Missouri Constitution says one thing and an ordinance says another thing, who's right?
The Constitution.
And what if a Missouri statute says one thing and an ordinance says another thing?
Well, it depends if that statute applies to the city of Carthage or
Assume
not.
that it does.
Okay.
Statutes normally prevail over ordinances, correct?
I mean, we're a charter city, so not always. It just depends on who
If
the
there's a
statute
direct
applies to.
conflict between the two, the
Yes.
statute prevails. And if a charter provision says one thing and a code provision says another thing, and it's on the same subject matter and they say diametrically opposed things, isn't it true that the charter provision prevails?
Are you asking about this specific
I'm
person?
talking
or
about general. Isn't it
In
true
general,
that
yes.
the charter provision prevails? All right, now we can talk about the specific provision. Isn't that what happened here?
No.
Please explain.
So the charter, I mean, it had never been interpreted, as far as I could tell, that the charter meant that the mayor could walk in on any Wednesday and just fire the city administrator, which is what was being, at least what was brought up at the last council meeting I was at. All right, so that was, but this had been looked at previously when there was a council was looking to maybe terminate the previous city administrator. If you go to the language of the commission, when they were the minutes of the commission, they had one section on the charter on how to terminate all city officers. I don't know if it elected and, which is the one that you see there were 7 members of the council versus, and then the mayor and 6 members. And in that, they said they wanted to keep the language that we had for the, in a roundabout way. I don't remember, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't tell you. But basically, they added this other section because they wanted to keep, to make it more difficult than that the mayor had to concur with the council to terminate the city administrator. And that language in the code, which they were referring to at the time, is the same language we have now. And that's when they drafted the language from the charter. Now, when you look to interpret what it means, I mean, that, to me, that it's exactly what it says. I don't know who drafted it, what language they gave, but they wanted it to mirror what was in the code at the time, which is what the same code we have now. Or at least it was the same code we had when I left.
That's a lot of hoops to jump through when you can just look at the language of the charter and compare it to the language of the ordinance, and you realize that the charter says one thing and the ordinance says something else.
I don't think they're that different.
Give me a second here. Section 5.3 of the Charter, the city administrator shall be appointed by the majority vote of the council with the approval of the mayor. The appointment shall be for an indefinite term. So under 5.3, the council is the appointing authority.
Are you wanting my legal opinion on that?
I'm just saying that's what it says.
Okay.
Section 5.4B, city administrator shall serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority. Again, 5.3, the city administrator shall be appointed by a majority vote of the council with the approval of the mayor. Appointed by the council, mayor approves. Section 5C, city administrator shall continue to serve so long as his performance meets with the approval of the mayor and of a majority of the council.
Correct.
All right? So, what does 1 + 1 equal?
Objection.
I'm making a point. What does 1 + 1 equal?
I think there's an objection on the floor. I'm not going to answer that till it's ruled on.
You can answer that.
Objection sustained.
If you know.
Mr. Martin, redirect the question.
Well, if you look at the Section 5.4C as a mathematical equation, the city administrator shall continue to serve as long as his performance meets with the approval of A, the mayor, and conjunction B, the majority of the members of the council. 1 + 1 = 2.
But the section right before,
So if you take away 1, how is that not make the city administrator subject to removal by a
because the
majority
section
vote
right
of the
before that,
council?
it says that he serves at the pleasure of the appointing authority, which is different than what that says, because that says the mayor can fire him by himself.
The mayor isn't the appointing authority under the charter.
Exactly. So you've got conflicting language here, because in C, is it C that it says if he's no longer meeting the approval of the mayor, then he's gone also?
Well, how do you contort that into saying that it requires both the mayor and the council to terminate the city administrator?
Because in their language, when they were drafting this, they said they wanted this to comply with what we already had on the books at the time, which is what's in the code. And it says it requires the council, the majority of the council with the mayor concurring. You've got conflicting language here, versus conflicting language in the code, and so you go to what their intent is, and that's what I did.
And you understand that the mayor has disagreed with that and has admitted that the council has the authority to terminate the city administrator.
Okay? I mean, that's what has been said here today, yes.
Okay.
But you asked me what my opinion was.
You mentioned the purchasing manual. Under the purchasing manual, don't purchases over $10,000 have to be authorized by the city council?
I don't know.
Okay. You also talked about the tornado being an emergency. The tornado occurred on May 6th. The contract from Asbel was signed on May 15th. On May 14, there was a meeting of the city council. The mayor also has the authority to call special meetings of the council, does he not?
I believe he does.
All right. So why is it an emergency that needs to be signed on May 15 when you can take it to the council on May 14 or call a special meeting on May 15 to get this contract approved?
I don't know what was going on at that time. I left the office on May 10th.
So, sir, do you know Heather Orscheln?
I know who she is, yes.
Are you a friend of hers?
No,
Do you dislike her?
no, I don't know her.
Are you the prosecutor of the Oronago Municipal Division of the Jasper County Court?
I am not.
Mr. Daly, isn't it unlawful to share somebody's social security number? For a public official to share somebody's social security number with others?
I object. Relevance?
cross-examination overruled?
I don't know.
That wasn't brought up on direct.
You don't know?
It wasn't brought up on direct.
Did you send a copy of a warrant issued on Heather Orchelin to several people saying, if anyone wants to run a tag out at Revel Boutique out by Big Ben's BBQ, make an easy arrest. She owns Revel. Did you send a text out to that effect?
I shared a warrant, a public warrant that was on CaseNet, yes.
And you shared Miss Orchelin's social security number with that, correct?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Forget about the legal part. What about the ethical and moral part? Is it a prosecutor's duty to get involved in something like that?
I've shared lots of warrants over the years of people that had warrants for their arrest, yes.
In the course of your job or out of political spite?
In the course of my job. I didn't send that to any law enforcement, so there was nobody going to arrest her.
You didn't send it to any law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Thornton, any further?
Just to follow up. Mr. Daly, does the city charter say that the city council has the right to remove the city administrator with or without? They have the ability to terminate the city administrator, do they not?
In one line, it does say that they can terminate him. He serves at the pleasure of the appointing authority, yes.
And is Mr. Dagnan the city administrator today?
I don't believe so, no.
That's all I got.
Nothing further.
Mr. Thornton, do you rest, or do you have other witnesses?
We have no further witnesses.
You're excused. I'm sorry, Nate.
Thank you, Mr. Daly.
Does either side have anything else to present this evening? Mr. Thornton?
Mr. Chairman, we do wish to ask the council to take, I guess it's administrative notice in this case, or official notice in this case, of the council's prior actions from January 1st of 2022 through today. In addition to that, any documents that were presented to the council from the council are presented at a public meeting therein.
Any objection, Mr. Martin?
I object because I don't have the faintest idea what that means, and it encompasses thousands of documents, and what is the relevance again?
Mr. Thornton, we can take a list, if you have a list of specific dates and times, but the amount of documents that would encompass would be large and very time-consuming.
Understood, Mr. Chairman. I'll provide that list directly.
Mr. Thornton, any objection, or Mr. Martin, any objection?
I still object. I don't know what the scope of that is or if it affects any part of this proceeding. I just don't see what the relevance is.
We'll take it under advisement. Mr. Martin, you said you would like to present closing. Mr. Thornton, would you like to present closing?
We'd like to make a closing argument as well, sir.
Do you need a break before, or do you want to proceed?
I'm ready to go.
We're
Mr.
prepared.
Mr. Martin, you may proceed.
Members of the council, Mr. Chairman, I believe I've proved what I said the city would prove. Mayor Rife's actions with Mr. Dagnan, the contract, and the refusal to terminate Mr. Dagnan when the council voted to do so unlawfully cost the city $23,000 in taxpayer funds and landed the city in a lawsuit for which it paid undoubtedly a deductible for legal defense, and put the city at risk of liability in that lawsuit. Mayor Rife's actions resulted in contract payments to Lauber and Asbel in excess of $200,000, payments that were not approved by the city council and in violation of the law. Mr. Daly's testimony seemed to suggest that, well, if there wasn't a city attorney, then it must be okay because these things had to get done. That's not the way the law works. I mean, you still have to have council approval to pass those, for those contracts. And I also got the vibe that the argument was being made as to what's the big deal about the Asbel contract. Section 432070 requires the city council to approve in writing the contract in all of its terms. And you have to ask the question why. Why does it do that? It's simple. So people can't award contracts to friends and family, so people can't award contracts to contractors without this council knowing about it, without this council knowing the terms and conditions. That's what the transparency that the statute provides. That's why it's a requirement of the law. I'm not saying that this happened. I have no evidence that this happened. But what has happened in the past and why this contract is, why this ordinance is important is because people in power routinely gave out contracts to others without council approval and received kickbacks in return, or benefited their friends and family without council approval or without the legislative body knowing about it. And again, I'm not saying Mayor did that, but the point is he could have. And by failing to get council approval, he violated the law. We've barely even spoken about how he vetoed twice the council's attempts to start this impeachment process. Clearly, he had a personal, private interest in staying in power. He was getting paid $4,000 a year. I think that number's wrong, but that was the evidence, $4,000 a year to be mayor. There's also the emoluments of office, the vibe that you get from being mayor. He wanted the job. And what did he do? He vetoed the impeachment process and thwarted this council's ability to pursue its right to renew under the city code. He even acknowledged his conflict. He stood down from these considerations 3 different times. Yet he went ahead and vetoed these actions. The charges list various violations of the city code and Missouri statute and the Missouri Constitution, and I think the evidence has come in to that effect. I'm not going to detail each one of those for you tonight, but it's there. He also violated his oath of office. He violated the charter's requirement, in accordance with his oath of office, to uphold and enforce the law. And what's his excuse? Well, they did it all that all the time, so it was okay for me. Sorry, that just doesn't cut it. These are acts of misfeasance, malfeasance, and nonfeasance, and the city submits that he is guilty of these. In wrapping up, when sworn into office as council members and as judges of this court of impeachment, you all took an oath. You took similar oaths to the mayor to uphold the law. It's your obligation now to do exactly that. And a personal thing, while driving in on Highway 96 this morning, I saw a billboard that I think is very applicable here. It was a Bible verse, and I did not get it down in person, I mean, in an exact quote. But in my words, this verse said, "To know what's right and not do it is a sin." to know what's right and not do it is a sin. If, despite all this evidence, you don't find the mayor guilty of these charges, then you are guilty of those charges as well, for you are not upholding the law, and you are violating your own oaths of office. For the sake of yourselves, your constituents, and your city, I implore you, do the right thing. Thank you.
Mr. Thornton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Martin's probably right. Probably a sin to know what's right, not to do it. I think the hard part is knowing what's right sometimes. But I don't think that's the case here. What's right is when you see evidence that people have been stealing, you hand them over to the prosecutor. When you see that the charter requires you to put together a budget that contains certain information, you go get that information. Mayor Rife never looked at the charter. I'll bet $1. We haven't discussed it, but I'll bet you $1 he never looked at the charter until maybe 6 months ago or 8 months ago, something like that. And well, how could you not look at the charter? You know what? He's elected to a part-time job for which he gets paid like $400 a month, right? He's a public servant. And it's unreasonable to expect him to be familiar with every area of every law, right? And it's also unreasonable to expect him to be familiar with what's done before him. So he comes into a situation and he finds that these things have apparently gone on before. So somebody hands him a letter. Here's what we do when we hire a city administrator, and he signs it, okay? Well, I guess what I'm getting here to is intent, folks. These may have been violations of the law. I don't know. That's for you to decide. But what was the mayor doing when he did those things? Do you really think that when he signed that letter in April of 2022 that he was personally making an offer to Greg Dagnan that was in violation of the charter secretly? Is that what happened? Or did somebody hand him a letter that looked like the last city administrator's letter and he signed it and moved along because he thought he was doing the right thing? Right? There's a lot of things in city government that work that way. The charter says, and your ordinances say that CWEP is going to give a detailed report to her every month. Does it happen? Hasn't happened in the last 10 months as far as I know. So, doesn't matter. The point is this. I think that they're trying to make it very difficult for you to figure out what's right and what's wrong. But what's right is what's in the interest of the people. And what's in the interest of the people is having a city administrator that is looking out for the public's assets. And having a mayor that's looking out for the public assets. So what would you want your mayor to do if he came across evidence that somebody might have been stealing from the city? What do you want him to do? Talk to the council about it? See if that's a good thing to do? Wait, I don't understand how that can be a bad thing. I really don't get it. I don't see how anybody could be against that. You've heard testimony about the two contracts with Asbel and Lauber Law. You've heard two people give testimony, both employees of the city, both in city, well, one in a city position right now and the other one formerly the city attorney, that said in their opinion both of those purchases were consistent with the emergency purchasing provisions. I don't know if they are or not. That's for you to decide. But it seems reasonable to me that if you go and look, I was a mayor, and what did I do? I went and asked my city administrator, can we do this? And if she said yes, then we did. And if she said no, I'd have to check on that. Then we checked on it, right? It really doesn't take too much effort to see what's going on here. I would wager you that in any given day, there are half a dozen violations of city charter, statute, ordinance that happen. It wouldn't be hard to find them. It wouldn't be hard to prove them. But the question is, and remember, at the very beginning of this, I said this is a political trial. The question is, did the mayor act in a way, after all the testimony you've heard, did the mayor act in a way that was consistent with his obligation to act in the public interest? I believe he did. I've spent a lot of time on this case for the last 6 months, and I appreciate how towns run and how towns function. But it's really been very difficult to see how something like this has taken a community and torn it right in two. And look, y'all are going to vote how you're going to vote. I know that. But these folks out here are the ones that you're serving. And I don't see how any of this is in their interest at all, to be honest with you. And neither does Mayor Rife. And if you think that he spent the down payment on a house to maintain a $400 a month position where he gets to work 20 hours a week for that $400, then you're going to think that. But I've spent time with him over the last 6 months, and I know that's not the case. He's a public servant. And he has gone to great lengths to try to keep this town together. And because we're here tonight, he's failed. But I still can't see how he's guilty of anything. And if you can, then go ahead and vote that way. But I think Descartes was right. America, you get the government you deserve. Thank you.
So, members of the Board of Impeachment, the case has now been submitted to you for determination. We're going to take a 20-minute break, and then I'll call the matter for a vote. There are 5 articles presented to you tonight. I'll read each one and then ask for your vote. A vote in the affirmative will be a vote for the impeachment of the mayor. A vote in the negative will be a vote against impeachment of the mayor. As I mentioned when we began, 2/3 of the duly elected members of the board is required for a conviction of impeachment. We'll stand recess for 20 minutes. We will reconvene at 7:32. Call the hearing back to order. I want to thank Mr. Martin and Mr. Thornton for presenting their respective cases to the Board of Impeachment this evening. We've taken a break, and now I'd like to call the matters for a vote. We'll read the articles separately and then vote on them. At the end of the voting, I will read the results and enter a judgment, an order of impeachment or acquittal, accompanied by findings of facts and conclusions of law. I want to remind the board that the standard tonight is preponderance of the evidence. This is defined as more likely than not. So when the evidence was presented to you this evening, you are to ask yourself, is it more likely than not that the particular issue, act, or occurrence happened? The case of Fitzgerald versus City of Maryland Heights also gives us appropriate standard for impeachment and defines for cause as it relates to impeachment actions. Fitzgerald defines 3 types of cause that support removal from office, and those are misfeasance, malfeasance, and nonfeasance. I want to define what these 3 terms mean according to Fitzgerald. Misfeasance is improper performance of some act that may be lawfully done. Malfeasance is the commission of some act that is wholly beyond that of the person's authority. And nonfeasance is failure to perform a required duty. Article 1, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance in office by giving city administrator a 10-year employment term, a for-cause removal standard, and a 3-month severance payment without proper authority in violation of one or more of the following: Section 4.1, 4.12, and 5.3 and 5.4B of the city charter. B, Section 2-160 of the city code. C, Section 432-070 of the Missouri Revised Statutes. I'm calling for a yes or no vote by each council member. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call.
Taylor,
No.
Peterson,
Yes.
Lease,
No.
Heckmaster, Barlow,
Yes.
Cossey,
Yes.
Schramm,
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
6 yeses, 2 nos.
Article 2, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance or nonfeasance in office by violating Sections 4.1, 4.12, 5.4B, 5.4C of the city charter, Sections 2-160, 2-160A, and 2-161 of the city code by twice refusing to permit the city council to consider a motion to terminate the city administrator's employment. Calling for a yes or no vote by each council member. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Taylor,
No.
Peterson,
Yes.
Lease,
No.
Heckmaster,
Yes.
Barlow,
No.
Cossey,
Yes.
Schramm,
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
5-3. 5 yeses, 3 nos.
Article 3, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance and/or misfeasance by violating the city charter and Missouri statute by entering into agreements on behalf of the city without proper authorization with a law firm and an excavating and trucking company? I'm calling for a yes or no vote by each council member. Madam Clerk?
Taylor,
No.
Peterson,
Yes.
Lease,
No.
Heckmaster,
Yes.
Barlow,
Yes.
Cossey,
Yes.
Schramm,
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
6 yeses, 2 nos.
Article 4, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance in office by violating city charter and Missouri statute by vetoing an impeachment resolution to which he had an obvious conflict of interest? Calling for a yes or no vote by each council member. Madam Clerk?
Taylor,
No.
Peterson,
Yes.
Lease,
No.
Heckmaster,
Yes.
Barlow,
Yes.
Cossey,
Yes.
Schramm,
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
6 yeses, 2 nos.
Article 5, has Mayor Rife engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance in office by violating city charter and Missouri statute by vetoing an impeachment ordinance to which he had an obvious conflict of interest? Calling for a yes or no vote by each council member. Madam Clerk?
Taylor,
No.
Peterson,
Yes.
Lease,
No.
Heckmaster,
Yes.
Barlow,
Yes.
Cossey,
Yes.
Schramm,
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
6 yeses, 2 nos.
After hearing the evidence, the duly sworn Board of Impeachment, sitting as the trier of fact, has found the mayor guilty of Articles 1, 3, 4, and 5. I'm asking Mr. Martin to prepare a proposed finding of fact and conclusion of the law and submit it to me. We need to make some changes. 20 minutes. Okay. So, Mr. Martin, could you have that ready in 20 minutes?
Your microphone's not on.
Sorry. I have a draft of the document, and I have it on Word version on this thumb drive. So you can do whatever it is you want to it.
Okay. Asking Mr. Martin to prepare that, and council, we will reconvene to adopt the findings. We'll stand recessed until 8 p.m. So council, you need to stay until we reconvene. everyone be seated. We'll go back on the record. The finding of facts and conclusion of law have been, will be read by City Clerk Deal. Miranda, if you'd read the findings of facts and conclusion.
Sit tight. Findings of fact, conclusions of law, and judgment. Whereas on May 17th, 2024, the Carthage City Council initiated the impeachment of Mayor Dan Rife by the adoption of substitute resolution number 2042, which included charges of misfeasance, malfeasance, and/or nonfeasance, and which Mayor Rife vetoed. And whereas on May 21st, 2024, the Carthage City Council adopted ordinance number 2427, which reiterated the same impeachable charges and added an additional charge, which was the unlawful veto of substitute resolution 2042, and which Mayor Rife also vetoed. And whereas on June 3rd, 2024, the Carthage City Council overrode Mayor Rife's veto of ordinance 2427. And whereas on October 8th, 2024, the Carthage City Council adopted the second revised articles of impeachment, which charges superseded those previously filed against Mayor Rife. And whereas on October 29th, 2024, the Carthage City Council, sitting as a board of impeachment, held a hearing to consider and determine whether Mayor Rife should be removed from office for the alleged acts of misfeasance, malfeasance, and/or nonfeasance. And whereas, following said hearing, the Carthage City Council found Mayor Rife guilty of Articles 1, 3, 4, and 5 as presented in the second revised Articles of Impeachment and voted to remove Mayor Rife from office effective immediately. Now, therefore, the Carthage City Council, sitting as a board of impeachment, hereby adopts this record as its findings of fact, conclusions of law, and judgment. Findings of fact. Number 1, Article 1 regarding Mr. Dagnan, subsection A. On April 1, 2022, the Carthage City Council approved the hiring of Greg Dagnan as the Carthage City Administrator. In doing so, the council did not approve any contract of employment with Mr. Dagnan or grant any emoluments of office beyond those granted by the Carthage City Code. Section B. On or about April 7th, 2022, Mayor Rife extended contract terms to Mr. Dagnan in writing, including a 10-year employment term, a for-cause removal standard, and a severance payment of 3 months' salary. Section C. On April 11th, 2024, a majority of the Carthage City Council voted to terminate the employment of Mr. Dagnan, but Mayor Rife refused to acknowledge the termination. Dagnan separated from the city's employment on May 31st, 2024. Section D. Mr. Dagnan was paid salary and benefits by the city from April 11th, 2024 through May 31st, 2024. On or about May 31st, 2024, Mr. Dagnan was also paid a severance of 3 months' salary in the sum of $27,427.20. Section E, Mr. Dagnan filed suit against the city and the members of Carthage City Council, alleging that the council members tortiously interfered with the contract extended by Mayor Rife and seeking money damages in excess of $25,000. Number 2, Article 2, the mayor is acquitted of Article 2. Number 3, Article 3 regarding Mayor Rife's entering into agreements on behalf of the city without proper authorization. Section A, on behalf of the City of Carthage, Mayor Rife entered into agreements with Lauber Municipal Law on May 15th, 2024, and Jeff Asbell Excavating and Trucking on May 16th, 2024, without obtaining the Carthage City Council's approval or authorization, and thereafter authorized payment to both without council approval. Section B, Article 4 and 5, regarding conflicts of interest. On May 17th, 2024, at a special council meeting to consider resolution number 2042 concerning his impeachment, Mayor Rife vacated the chair Section B, after the resolution was amended and adopted by the Carthage City Council, Mayor Reif vetoed the resolution. Section C, on May 21st, 2024, at a special council meeting to consider ordinance number 2427 concerning his impeachment, Mayor Reif vacated the chair. The ordinance was approved by the Carthage City Council on that date. Section D, at a regular council meeting on May 28th, 2024, Mayor Reif vetoed the ordinance. Section E, the Carthage City Council overrode Mayor Reif's veto on June 3rd, 2024. Conclusions of law. Number 1, Article 1 regarding Mr. Dagnan, Section A. In extending contract terms to Mr. Dagnan, Mayor Reif acted without the authority of the Carthage City Council and in violations of subsection 1, Section 432.070 of the Missouri State Statutes requiring that contracts of the city be approved by the City Council. Subsection 2, Section 5.3 of the Carthage City Charter, which provides that the employment of the city administrator shall be for an indefinite term. Subsection 3, Section 5.4b of the Charter, which provides that the city administrator shall serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority, i.e. the Carthage City Council. Subsection 4, Section 5.4c of the Charter, which provides that the city administrator shall continue to serve so long as his performance meets with the approval of the mayor and a majority of the members of council. Subsection 5, Section 2-160 of the Carthage City Code, which permits the termination of the city administrator without cause. Section B, Mayor Reif's unauthorized extension of contract terms resulted in the unlawful payment of severance to Mr. Dagnan in the sum of $27,427.20 in violation of Article 6, Section 23 of the Missouri Constitution, which prohibits the city from granting public money to or in aid of any corporation, association, or individual. Section C, Mayor Reif's unauthorized extension of contract terms. 1, gave Mr. Dagnan grounds for a lawsuit based on his alleged contract. 2, forced the city to defend itself and its elected officials in court. And 3, put the city at risk of the cost of such defense and the risk of liability. Section D, the City Council's April 11th, 2024 termination of Mr. Dagnan's employment was lawful. By ignoring that termination and permitting Mr. Dagnan to remain in the city's employ, Mayor Reif, subsection 1, allowed Mr. Dagnan to be paid excessive salary and benefits in violation of Article 6, Section 23 of the Missouri Constitution, which prohibits the city from granting public money to or in aid of any corporation, association, or individual. Subsection 2 violated Section 5.4b of the Charter, which provides that the city administrator shall serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority, i.e. this Carthage City Council. And subsection 3 violated Section 5.4c of the Charter, which provides that the city administrator shall continue to serve so long as his performance meets the approval of the mayor and of a majority of the members of the council. Number 2, Article 2, the mayor is acquitted of Article 2. Number 3, Article 3 regarding unauthorized contracts. Subsection A, Mayor Reif entered into an agreement for legal services with Lauber Municipal Law without obtaining the Carthage City Council's approval or authorization and in violation of Section 432.070 of the Missouri State Statutes. Subsection B, on June 13th, 2024, Mayor Reif ordered that Lauber be paid, knowing that the Lauber contract was not lawful. Subsection C, the city paid Lauber $1,727.30 pursuant to the unauthorized contract, in violation of Article 6, Section 23 of the Missouri Constitution, which prohibits the city from granting public money to or in aid of any corporation, association, or individual. Subsection D, Mayor Reif entered into an agreement for post-storm cleanup with Jeff Asbell Excavating and Trucking without obtaining the Carthage City Council's approval or authorization and in violation of Section 432.070 of the Missouri State Statutes. And subsection E, the city paid Jeff Asbell the amount of $206,966.35 on or about June 27th, 2024, in violation of Article 6, Section 23 of the Missouri Constitution, which prohibits the city from granting public money to or in aid of any corporation, association, or individual. Number 4, Articles 4 and 5 regarding Mayor Rife's conflict of interest. In vetoing substitute resolution number 2042 and ordinance number 2427 concerning his impeachment, Mayor Rife acted to protect his office and the emoluments. Therefore, rather than permit the Carthage City Council to effectively and efficiently consider and determine the impeachment charges filed against him. In doing so, he violated subsection A, sections 2-121 through 2-130 of the Carthage City Code, which permit the City Council to pursue the removal of the mayor from office. Subsection B, section 2-521, subsection 2 of the Carthage Code, which requires the mayor and all city officials to avoid both actual and potential conflict between their private self-interest and public interest. Subsection C, subsections 105.452, subsection 1 and subsection 4 of the Missouri State Statutes, which prohibit the mayor from favorably acting on any matter, i.e. his vetoes when that action results in monetary benefit to him, i.e. his continuing receipt of his mayoral salary. And subsection D, section 4.1 of the Carthage City Charter, which prohibits the mayor from taking legislative action on any matter in which he is an interested party. In addition to the violations of the law specifically noted above, we further find that committing these violations, Mayor Rife violated subsection A, section 4.1 of the Carthage City Charter, which provides that the mayor shall take care that the ordinance of the city and the state laws relating to such city are complied with. Subsection B, section 4.12 of the charter, which provides that the mayor shall be active and vigilant in enforcing all laws and ordinances for the government of the city. And subsection C, his oath of office, in which he solemnly swore that he would support the Constitution of the state of Missouri and the provisions of the city charter and ordinances of the city of Carthage, faithfully demean himself in office, and well and truly perform the duties of the office of mayor. Judgment. The Council of the City of Carthage, Missouri, sitting as a board of impeachment, and after consideration of the evidence and law presented at the trial of Mayor Dan Rife, hereby affirms that Mayor Dan Rife is guilty of the acts of misfeasance, malfeasance, or nonfeasance noted herein. And the board further affirms and declares his removal from the office of mayor of the City of Carthage as effected on October 29th, 2024. And then it's executed by the City Council of the City of Carthage, Missouri, this 29th day of October 2024.
Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of facts and conclusion of law? I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you call roll?
Taylor,
No.
Peterson, Lease, Heckmaster,
Yes.
Barlow, Cossey,
Yes.
Schramm. Snow.
Yes.
6 yeses, 2 nos.
Motion passed. So, as the motion passed, we stand adjourned. If the council members would come up to Miranda to sign the, okay. Yes, Mr. Thorne?
Your mic's not on. Your mic's not on.
On off, it's on now. This time I'd like to make a motion to stay The removal pending an appeal.
City would object to that in accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act. The removal is effective immediately, and the mayor has the opportunity to appeal that judgment to the Jasper County Circuit Court.
Motion denied. Okay. If a council member does not want to sign the findings of facts and conclusion of law, that's fine. We won't need your signature, but if you voted in favor, please come up and sign it. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight, and thank you, Mr. Martin, Mr. Thornton, Mr. Engelmeyer. We stand adjourned.